Good evening. To order the Planning 2021. My name is Carrie Martinick. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I need to read a quick announcement here. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of June 16, 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Planning Board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the Planning Board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. I'd like to confirm now that board members and persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard by saying the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Amy Paretsky?
Here.
Anthony Zayden?
Here.
Billy Milton? And Michelle Gillespie? Great. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Joubert?
Here.
Brad Litchfield?
Here.
Okay, ground rules for the meeting tonight. The agenda, the chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board will be conducted by roll call vote. We do not have public comment tonight. And I think that is it. Oh, however, if you are an attendee and need to, for some reason or another, not brought into the meeting, by phone, you dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note that part of your phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. If you're via Zoom, click raise your hand on the bottom of the screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Okay, with that, why don't we get started with the agenda? First on the agenda tonight, we have the Green Street Common Driveway, request for approval of temporary occupancy certificate for dwelling at 218 Green Street with provision of financial performance security for completion of driveway construction. So just as we get started here, I want to make sure everyone's aware that this is our only meeting in July for the planning board, and we do have quite a bit of business to cover tonight. So I would like to keep most of our presentations pretty close to about a half an hour. So if we can just keep that in mind as we move forward with the agenda this evening. Why don't we get started with that? Attorney Janeski, I see that you're here. Welcome. Do we have everybody in from the 218 Green Street application? Oops, I see your hand raised here. All right. Doug, I see. Oops, Doug, I see you twice.
Yes, I'm also in a conference room that we just discontinued because we weren't aware that you were disabling the speaking function.
Oh, okay. I don't see anyone else unless they're already brought over. Are you waiting? Are you anticipating any other attendees?
My clients are also here, so that may be who you're seeing
Oh, okay,
as the second
fine.
screen
I'll
as
do
well.
both. Okay, does that bring everybody in?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, and who do we have on the line, on the conference room line?
We have Doug Radigan. I'm an attorney at Bowditch and Dewey, and with me are the homeowners, Michael and Brittany Grennan of 218 Green Street, Northborough, Massachusetts.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. Attorney Janeski, if you wouldn't mind getting us started a little bit with, setting the table a bit of where we stand and what we need to accomplish tonight as part of the planning board meeting.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue arises out of a common driveway special permit issued several years ago, which included conditions regarding completion of construction of that driveway and the issuance of an occupancy certificate for the last home. That last home is the dwelling that the Grennans have purchased, for whom Attorney Radigan is counsel. I believe the issue has been part of some discussions with staff over the last several months, but most recently came to my attention and I conferred with Town Planner Joubert and Town Engineer Litchfield regarding essentially a proposal on behalf of the Grennans to have the planning board accept some kind of performance security in exchange for the issuance of a temporary occupancy certificate, it being the case that there is not agreement among all the parties involved who would be the homeowners for the lots on the common drive and the developer of this housing construction, Mr. Silver. I think from that point, it would probably make sense to offer Attorney Radigan the ability to make a presentation, if you will, because the essence of this item on the agenda is just that, the request for the board to consider security in exchange for authorization to allow a temporary occupancy certificate.
Okay, and is the anticipated outcome that the board will vote to accept the performance bond or not? Is that what our goal is this evening?
I'd like to
You all
address
would
that,
be-
David, with respect to whether that's even something that's feasible for my clients to even get. And I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Well, if you want to make your presentation, that's okay. I just want to be clear on what our role is this evening because I know there's a lot of back and forth and many pieces. So I don't want to go down a rabbit hole that's not necessarily under our purview or what we should be discussing. So I guess I just want to have the right frame of mind going into your presentation, what the hopeful outcome is for this.
We are going to be asking for modification to your special permit to allow the temporary occupancy of 218 Green Street while the dispute between the developer and the neighbors works its course.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to get started on your presentation then?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board, for your time this evening. I will do my best to keep it brief. In advance of this evening's meeting, I have forwarded to both Town Council, and I understand it's also been forwarded on to you, materials I had provided in advance of this meeting. But by way of background, the Grennans are long-term residents of Northborough, having lived elsewhere in town and raised their children there. They bought this particular lot on Green Street Extension in 2017 with the expectations of building their dream home and hopefully being their last move. The problem arose because of the circumstances around the special permit for the common driveway, which was issued in April of 2001. So my clients who had purchased this lot 16 years after that special permit decision was initially issued, did so with the expectation that they would not have issues with respect to building a home and moving into the property. They first contacted the town to talk about possibly moving the turnaround, which was existing already in the area. And as a result of that conversation, that did not occur because there wasn't concurrence from the neighbors, but it was as a result of that conversation that we learned that there was an underlying issue with respect to the top coat being finished. Now, back in April of 2001, when the special permit for the common driveway was issued, this particular 5-lot subdivision was configured in such a way as to avoid Northborough's subdivision control law because everyone had frontage on Green Street. And in lieu of taking an appropriate bond for a completion of road, what the planning board did back in 2001 was they put in certain conditions and milestones that had to be met prior to the issuance of the various certificates of occupancy on, I'm calling it Green Street Extension because it is in fact a private way. Some of these which are causing us trouble here today are the fact that the developer, before any of the houses on this street were supposed to be built, was supposed to form a condo or homeowners association before the first occupancy permit was ever issued. That was never done. The next issue was never done was the planning board was, and the town required the builder to submit a final as-built plan showing everything except for the final top coat of asphalt being complete on the base coat of the road And that was supposed to be done prior to the occupancy of the second home. Again, that wasn't done. So here we are in a situation where my clients, the Grennans, are building a new home after purchasing a lot from the original developer who still owns property subject to this special permit decision. And we are now in a very inequitable position of being asked that for the first time in this subdivision, the town wants to enforce the actual special permit decision after not having done so for any of the other homes. And the result of that has been to cause what should have been a slight bump in the road to be a colossal headache. Specifically, because there's no homeowners association in this property, what has transpired here is, despite what was represented by the developer at the time that they purchased the lot, the developer has now taken the position that his only responsibility is to pay for the top coat or final coat of the private road. It isn't disputed amongst the parties for the purposes of submitting it here to this board that the allocation that the developer has proposed is 1/3 of the costs. That meant that we had a dispute over the base coat, and the developer's position and the town's position has been that the base coat has eroded in such a manner in which it needs to be taken up and replaced before a top coat can be put on. Keeping in mind, of course, that 4 other homes, most of which have been built some 16 years ago, some more than a decade ago, have had the benefit and enjoyment of that road and no expenses to speak of, have done nothing to push this issue or to address the fact that the top coat wasn't done. Those homeowners, some of whom have decided and looked at this issue, and because there's no homeowners association, refuse to give their assent to move forward with actually doing the construction that the town is now obligating my clients to undertake, as if they've somehow assumed the role of the developer, who is still in the picture and still owns property that's subject to this special permit decision. So my clients, in their efforts to try to appease the town's interests, have contacted their neighbors, and they have tried to move forward with the work that's been requested, deferring the dispute over whether or not the developer should be responsible for the full cost of the road, including a replacement of the base coat, or whether that base coat should be shared pursuant to a access and easement agreement, which was put in place, and in my view was put in place after the road should have been handed over to the developer. What's transpired is some of those neighbors have refused to cooperate and have refused to participate, either taking a legal position against the developer and enforcing their rights, or cooperating with the Grennans, who have gone out and gotten multiple quotes that we've submitted to the planning board to give you an idea as to the circumstances and the totality of the problem. But as shown, we've gotten 3 different quotes from contractors, all of whom have done work in the town. And those quotes show roughly that the paving estimates to address the base coat and replace the top coat are somewhere in the neighborhood of $105,000 to $150,000. Now, remember that the developer has, as I've submitted in the information I provided you, already acknowledged that he does not dispute that he owes at least 1/3 of those expenses. That leaves that the delta is roughly $100,000, or if you're going to use the higher end of $100,000, if you're going to use the higher end of the parties' disputes. Assuming, just for the sake of argument, that $100,000, which is in dispute, is in fact an obligation of the neighbors that live on that 5-house private way, which is disputed, of course, the Grennans would be responsible for 1/5 of those expenses pursuant to the access and easement agreement, which allocates all common area expenses should be split 1/5 of the way, irregardless of how long you've lived on the property, or, what your role was. You're responsible for the maintenance after the road has been turned over. Now, some of the neighbors, I think, correctly contend that the road was never turned over by the developer because it was never finished. And as a consequence of that, the base coat degraded in a degree and speed which would not have occurred had the road been appropriately finished. But here we are, 20 years later, my clients having built the home, having contacted Mr. Litchfield on multiple occasions, going back, as a point of reference, an October 2nd email to Mr. Litchfield. Hi, Fred. I just wanted to touch base with you regarding the road leading up to 218 Green Street. Can you please let me know where things stand? Thank you, Brittany. Fred's response. Thanks for the information, and I'm working with Andrew Silver's engineer and contractor to get a schedule for the paving work, and I will be sure to let you know what it is once confirmed. That's an email from September of 2020. This is an issue that the town has had on their agenda or could have dealt with for the last 20 years. And I'm not here to lecture any of you. I understand that this is a volunteer position, but what you're asking and what Mr. Litchfield and other town members are asking of my clients is both an inequitable result, it's unjust, and it's complete selective and arbitrary enforcement of a special permit decision that has been long neglected. There was no part of that decision that required that final coat be done at the time that the last house was completed. That final coat could have been done at any point in time and could have been something that the town could have pursued or any one of the other neighbors could have pursued at any point in time. Instead, everyone sat back and waited for the Grennans, the last innocent home buyers, to build their dream home. And now here we are in an unenviable position where they can't sell their other home in Northborough because they have nowhere to move to, and a house that's completed that they can't move into. Now, I've skipped over a lot of the back and forth that has occurred, but as you can see, this is not something that my clients have been sitting on. In fact, have been doing their best to solve this problem. They'd like to move into their house. They'd like relief from this board. They're willing to put up what I view is a reasonable amount of cash deposit. We would propose that, given that the dispute in place is $150,000 at the most, and the developer has already contended that he would put up 50, that my clients should be responsible for putting up a $20,000 cash amount for a temporary certificate of occupancy. They do intend to pursue the developer to finish this road, but it's not something, unfortunately, that they can do without legal action because the town overlooked the obligation to form a homeowners association. And so without the concurrence or some dispute resolution mechanism to get all 5 homeowners on the same page, we're not in a position to negotiate with the developer or make any decisions around the common drive. I guess the only thing we can agree on is that the road needs to be done, and my clients are committed to making sure that it occurs. Now, I was provided moments before this meeting a summary, which is not an estimate, from Mr. Litchfield, indicating that he estimates that this job, despite the fact that we provided 3 quotes, is somewhere along the lines of $300,000. Mr. Litchfield's been working on this project since 2001. At any point, he could have enforced this obligation on anyone, and instead he waits until 20 minutes before this hearing starts to say, I think it's $300,000. Well, I haven't had a chance to review that in its totality, but I will tell you, first off, it's very much flawed in terms of his analysis. He has applied mass highway specs, which are not appropriate, to a private road that is not ever going to be asked to be submitted for the purposes of public access. It's a private road that's maintained by the residents. The only thing that this board should be concerned with is whether or not there's appropriate access and egress for emergency vehicles. There is, in fact, already an asphalt road there. We've learned since the hard way that it was only a base coat. The Grennans will move forward to try to correct that, but that is not going to be an easy or short process. Nor can the Grennans, a homeowner who is not the developer, go out and get a performance bond. For us to get a performance bond, we would actually have to go out and hire a contractor. And that contractor would then be the person or to apply for and obtain a performance bond. The Grennans don't even have the legal authority without intervention of the courts to enter into a contract to address the private road, which is subject to a flawed decision in which no homeowners association was even done. Their efforts with their neighbors to collectively get everyone on the same page to move this thing forward have resulted in roadblocks and threats of litigation by other residents on that street who don't want the Grennans to proceed with anything that could perhaps cost them money. So we are in the proverbial catch-22 where the town is requiring us to do the road. We've moved forward and tried to do the road without court intervention. And the neighbors have blocked that because they don't want to be put in a position where they either have to pay for legal expenses to fight that fight, or the cost associated with what the developer says is their share.
Okay.
So
I'm going to stop you just for a second because I want to hear, before we get too far, I'd like to hear from Fred and Kathy as well, if you are part of the quote and process. Fred, do you mind speaking to what you provided in terms of a quote and your approach and thought process there?
Hi. I did prepare an estimate today based on conversation that I had with Attorney Dineski late last week that was based upon someone providing an amount to cover the cost of completing the driveway. The driveway is just that, it's a driveway, it's not a roadway. We don't typically take a bond on a common driveway. The bond estimate that I put together did include Mass Highway unit cost based upon what the town would incur if we ended up exercising the bond and making sure the driveway was completed. If we were put in the position that there was never a resolution in court and the work was never done, and we had to go out and hire a contractor and bid the whole project out, those are the unit costs that we would have to pay that contractor by, whoever that may be. So that's why that number is extremely high.
Okay, and then a question for I guess, staff or Attorney Dineski. Is there a reasonable way to, because the Grennans can't do a performance bond necessarily, is there something that covers the town but also makes it attainable for the Grennans as well, so it's not completely out of reach if they're trying to do something in good faith? Is there anything in the middle that protects the town and allows them to move in? Any sort of legal, or can we force an HOA at this point or anything like that?
To that, Madam Chair, two kinds of issues here. The first one would be the last point you made of pursuing enforcement, using that as a general term with respect to the conditions in the special permit. That, I think, probably for the same kinds of reasons that Attorney Radigan described, would not be a short process. The other administrative component would be whether the board would find a certain amount of security to be sufficient for purposes of a temporary occupancy certificate as opposed to a permanent occupancy certificate, with an understanding, and I use that in a general sense because I'm not sure that we can get much beyond that on the facts at present, but an understanding that the issues that Attorney Radigan described are being pursued, that the Grennans are making efforts to get the work completed, that they wish to occupy their property and are proposing to do it on what would be a limited basis because a temporary certificate would not give them permanent occupancy rights.
Okay, I want to give board members any questions. Board members, do you have any questions? Amy?
Since this is a common driveway and it was up to the developer to finish, I mean, is the town ever put in the position of completing the common driveway? Why would the town be pulled into it? Isn't it up to the developer to finish it? I guess that I didn't get why the town would be pulled into finishing a private driveway.
Madam Chair, can I address that point? And if,
Well, I would like to hear from town council on that, if you don't mind, just to get a point of view from our own council, just quickly. Then you can, if you have something else to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it would be appropriate to hear from Cal as well at this point, but it would be akin to, although at a lower level, as I think the question suggests and the previous comments suggest, a performance security that you would have for a subdivision, where it would be a actual roadway as opposed to a common drive. So one question might be what the purposes are for the provisions that were in the special permit. I think similar to a subdivision situation, as has been noted, main purpose is to ensure that there's adequate access and egress for emergency vehicles. But this road is not proposed to be either a private townway or a public townway. It's essentially the driveway for these 5 particular
Okay. Attorney
lots.
Raddick, do you have something to add to that?
So
Sorry, did you have another?
No, I think that's sufficient as an entree for the next
Okay.
piece.
Attorney Raddick, do you have anything to add to that?
I do. I do think it would be a private dispute that frankly the town wouldn't have an interest in doing. Their only interest would be in safety and making sure that emergency vehicles could traverse on the road. So you could, assuming that that was an issue, take an action, probably in condemnation would be the process you'd have to go to. But it wouldn't be specifically for the enforcement of the road. I don't know of any case that you'd want to file where you've sat on your rights for 20 years and haven't done this. This was never something that was supposed to be submitted even to the subdivision control plan. It was always going to be a private road. It was never asked to be a private town road. The residents have been taking care of all snow removal, so it's not even a concern that the town has with respect to that. It really should only be whether emergency vehicles can access it. And Madam Chair, if I may, just for a moment, there's one point, and I'll be very brief, that I wanted to address in terms of other security as you're thinking about, what's needed to make sure that my client pursues a action against the developer if they're not able to move forward. There is another lot that is subject to the order of conditions that is still owned by the developer. I understand that lot is under contract to be purchased for $150,000. And so that lot went in front of, the attorney for the developer went in front of the Conservation Commission and sought a release of that lot from the order of condition for the purposes of moving forward. So as you're contemplating my proposal, which is, aligning the Grennan's financial obligations here consistent with what is actually in dispute here, which we think and contend is somewhere between $14,000 and $20,000. You should keep in mind the fact that the town has a $29,000 bond that they have in place right now to make sure that drainage issues are addressed. There's this lot that is still subject to the order of conditions that has a sale price of $150,000. So by allowing the Grennans to move into their house and having a temporary certificate of occupancy, you are not being left toothless in a position to, if you even so chose to jump into this, enforce these obligations. You have already that security in addition to what we're willing to put up as well. And what we think this would be an equitable result given the fact that the town has issued CEOs on this, despite the fact that other clearly demonstrated monuments weren't met. And instead, the decision was made to issue COs.
Okay.
We're not even asking for permits.
Okay. Question, Attorney Janeski, right, there's a common driveway right now, correct? With 5 lots? Does a 6th lot make this a subdivision road? Do they have to come back and apply for a subdivision road, or you can add as many as you want in a common drive?
Let me just answer that, but there's a fact question I didn't leave out. The 6th lot is going to be coming off of Green Street and not using the common drive
Okay.
object to this, but it is subject to the order of conditions because it was part of the original
I
approval.
understand. Thank you.
So Carrie, can I also just point out that the bond that the town presently holds, I think it's about $25,000 with some interest. That is for earthwork purposes, and then that was specifically required, by the Earth Removal Board at the time, which is now called the Earthwork Board. So that's all about stabilization of the site. So that is not money that is readily, available to be applied to fixing the base code or applying the top code.
Okay, so it sounded like Attorney Janeski gave us 2 options. One was enforcement, which had a longer road. And the second was if we wanted to consider a certain amount that would be sufficient for temporary occupancy, with the understanding that there was a full faith effort to solve this, possibly in private dispute, however it's solved. Is that correct, Attorney Janeski? Those are our options that you'd say at this point?
That's how I see it, yes.
Okay, are board members willing to entertain or?
I have a couple of questions.
Oh,
Carrie.
sure, go right ahead,
You
please.
left off at Amy. Okay. So Attorney Janeski, can you explain the difference between a temporary occupancy and a full occupancy permit? What's the difference between the two?
It's essentially that under a temporary certificate, the occupancy would be authorized for a limited period of time. There's some measure of discretion with the building inspector. There would also be some conceivable limits under the building code, but there are situations where temporary certificates can be issued for a substantial period of time, not years per se, but certainly months. And so the main difference is without a permanent certificate, there's a continued question of whether the occupancy would continue to be legal.
Okay, in a temporary occupancy permit, I mean, if this goes into litigation, it could go in for several years. I mean, they could be in temporary occupancy for 3 or 5 years if it never gets resolved, correct?
It's conceivable that we could be in a temporary situation for a substantial period of time. Yes.
Okay. And then I just have a couple of questions for the attorney for the client. So your client purchased the property in 2017.
Yes.
What were they told at the time when they purchased the property with regards to the driveway and with regards to the homeowners association?
They were told nothing with regards to the homeowners association. With regard to the driveway, they were told exactly what Mr. Litchfield also told them, that the town was working with Andrew Silver's engineer and the contractor to get a schedule for the paving work and that would be done. We had no reason to believe that there was any issue with respect to this.
And so they didn't do any work over the past 4 years other than what's happening right now?
No, what happened here, and to share some personal details, is my client, came down with cancer and had a battle with that. So when they purchased the lot in 2017, they deferred the construction of their home until his wife was healthy. And when that happened, we asked for a building permit. One was issued by this town that had no restrictions or conditions on it for the certificate of occupancy. And so what we're asking for is even, less than what I think what we could get if we had to go to court over this issue. And it's entirely consistent with the fact that you haven't enforced any of these provisions on any of these homes. And for anyone to come in 17 years later and assume that this planning board in this town didn't do what they were supposed to do, they wouldn't be put on notice of that. That would be our position.
Okay, and then I just wanted to understand the additional acreage you're talking about. Is it 8 acres that are abutting the property that Mr. Silver sold to someone else. Is that what you're talking about?
Lot 4B is still owned by the developer, and it's subject to a purchase and sale agreement to be sold to somebody else.
Okay, understood. And then I just wanted to Attorney Janeski and Kathy Joubert and Fred can weigh in on this for the other board members. It's not uncommon for even a subdivision or a common driveway for the final coat to be put on when the last lot has been fully completed, so that's not uncommon. And then if the town was to have to take it over for any reason, because no one does anything to it, now you can't get a fire truck up or anything like that. At that point, the town has to do that prevailing rate. So it's much higher than the rate that you're getting right now for someone who's going out to bid, and maybe Fred had taken that into consideration when he was doing the bond.
Madam Chair, can I respond to that comment?
Sure.
I would like to point out, if the town did take that action, it would equally impact all 5 homes,
Right.
which meant that any costs associated with doing that would be apportioned amongst 5 homeowners, and not what the situation that their neighbors would like right now, which is, let's let the Grennans pay for this, even though they bought their lot for $350,000 in 2017 with the expectation that they could build a home and not incur the expenses that belong to a developer.
Okay. Okay, any other board questions at this time?
I have some questions based on, are there any time constraints that would typically be put on for putting a top coat on or leaving a road open to weather and deterioration? I mean, it does seem like 19 years seems like a long time to have a top coat. And the feeling is that that's something a developer might have been on top of as
Is that a
well.
question for Fred?
I think
Fred,
so,
do you have
yeah.
a comment on that?
There are no time constraints generally associated with a common driveway like that. The developer comes in, he gets permission to create the lots and build, and he has requirements to build the driveway. It was never envisioned that it would be 10 years, let alone 20 years before it would be completed. But it really is a private road, a private driveway. It's not a subdivision road. It's not something that the town ever would look to take over or be responsible for the completion.
So basically putting a top coat on is the finishing of a job, correct?
Usually sometimes there's some minor work that goes along the side of the roadway, but the basic roadway is completed when the top coat goes on, yes.
And you generally wouldn't be able to put a top coat on to a road that didn't meet standards or town requirements. Is that? the
Yeah,
assumption?
you wouldn't put a top coat on a piece of roadway that wasn't adequately built beneath it.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like the failure to put the top coat on in a set amount of time has led to the condition that the road no longer is an acceptable road and the job is really not complete.
I would agree that the reason the road needs so much work is partially because the base pavement was left in place for a longer than normally acceptable amount of time.
Okay. I have a question for Attorney Radigan.
Yes.
That sixth lot, that sixth property, would that have been, or would that be part of an association, or would that not be part of the association?
It would not be part of the association, but it is subject to the decision because part of the drainage and easements is actually on that property. So it's subject to those conditions, which has left the developer in a position of asking for its release. To Fred's comment, though, I do disagree with his position. It is absolutely appropriate for a town to require a top coat be done at a period of time that's reasonable. At any point in the last 20 years, Mr. Litchfield or anyone in his office could have enforced that obligation. The way the decision is written, it did not require the last house to be finished before that top coat went in. That top coat could have been done when 4 out of the 5 homes were done more than a decade ago. And because, as Mr. Litchfield has acknowledged now, it's not a road that the town even cares about. that they didn't do anything for it. And so now here we are trying to enforce the letter of the law of a decision that you're not even going to enforce. And my clients are happy to enforce their rights because these are beautiful homes. These are some of the most expensive homes in all of Northborough, and they don't want to live on a road that isn't correct. So they are going to take steps to move forward with.
Do you have any other questions, Millie?
No, I do not.
Okay, Amy, you have another question?
Yeah, my question is for Fred. Mr. Radigan mentioned that you talked to Andrew Silver in the fall, and he was going to fix the road. Was that true, or what happened? Why did that fall apart?
I had reached out to Mr. Silver's engineer, and he was working with Mr. Silver to get prices from contractors at that time. I was waiting for those prices to come in and him to give me the schedule so that we could assure that the work was done. At some point during the discussion with those contractors, Mr. Silver contacted his attorney, and then they changed their approach and never actually provided us with a schedule or the actual estimates for the work that was necessary to be done.
Okay. Do you agree that there might be a way to attach it to the 6th lot, since that's something that he owns? And
I'm not an attorney.
Yeah.
If you were to do that, you don't have any way to control that 6th lot. It's not part of the special permit. It's not part of the common driveway. It's not one of the 5 lots that can be accessed from the driveway. It is part of the order of conditions with the Conservation Commission, because a portion of that property does include an easement with the detention and the drainage, which is why the Conservation Commission hasn't released the lot. But I believe if Mr. Radigan is trying to say that that lot could be held in abeyance until all the work was done, you would be then forcing the Conservation Commission to do that. And it wouldn't be up to you as the planning board to control how that happens. And I'm not sure how that could work legally.
Well, Mr. Litchfield, you're not an attorney, and we have already addressed that point with the Conservation Commission forward with that lot until the roadway is addressed. To enforce our rights, we will attach that property, which is owned by the same developer, that is subject to move forward with the special permit conditions that weren't enforced by your office.
As far as, if I, can just reiterate, as far as that lot is concerned, as Fred just said, it's not part of this special permit. The planning board has no control over that lot. It's an individual lot that has frontage on Green Street. It could be subject to its own, private driveway. It's just a single family house lot. It will never come before this board. And again, the Conservation Commission, has some jurisdiction because of the way the drainage is situated for this common driveway. But it's not even a part of anything that you have any control over. And I just want, Mr. Janeski, I'm sure you're going to address this, but the issue why we ended up, part of the reason why we ended up here at the planning board tonight, is to try to help out the Grennans as property owners in town. And but the issue remains that there's an active developer out there who is responsible for the completion of this common driveway. But if the planning board to allow a certain amount, a bond, basically, as opposed to a performance bond, but a sum of money, would there not need to be some sort of agreement attached to that, Mr. Dineski, that would, can't guarantee the outcome of of the homeowners pursuing Mr. Silver, but I mean, there has to be some sort of binding document, does there not, that hooks this together?
If the board were to approve the concept being proposed, yes, I'd recommend that there be something in writing. I'd recommend that the board specify a date up to which a temporary certificate or certificates would be authorized. And if the situation was not resolved at that point, the board would want to revisit it. But short answer, yes, we would want to document this.
May I make a suggestion to document it, that you consider issuing this evening a temporary certificate of occupancy and making it subject to coming back to meeting with a written decision that I've worked with Attorney Donosky with respect to memorializing the fact that my client's willing to put up a bond of $25,000, which is what we think is a fair amount reflective of the other security that the town has, and taking into account the fact that if the town did in fact enforce its rights, they would have 5 homeowners to go after, not just my client. And so any cost, whether you accept our $100,000 cost or you accept Mr. Litchfield's highway department cost for redoing the pike using prevailing wages, we're talking about a fifth of those estimates. And that's not even taking into account the fact that you have monies that are being held by for the developer. And you still have the town, if they brought in action, they would look for the assets of the developer to pay for these obligations. Mr. Donosky will tell you he can attach property that's owned by the developer if there's a judgment against him for monies that are outstanding. We've pointed to at least one property, and there's multiple properties in this town that this developer owns in various trusts that I would contend are nominee trusts and aren't actually separate legal entities from Mr. Silver, who is a well-known entity in this town.
Okay, so Mr. Attorney Donosky, should the board decide that a different amount is acceptable, are you confident or are you able to create such an agreement that would protect the town via whatever has to go in it, whether it's a timeline or contingent properties or whatever the case?
Yes, the document could be created, and to be clear, the other lot that we're talking about and some of these other situations, as has been stated, are not directly within the purview of this driveway special permit. So the basic elements of the agreement would be a time for which a temporary certificate would be authorized, the amount of the security, and any other particular conditions that the board may want to establish for oversight of the situation.
Are there any conditions you recommend or are pretty standard for this type of arrangement?
I think the rub is that this is not a standard situation at all, and it's really a fairly narrow condition. You'd be authorizing occupancy of this particular dwelling prior to completion of work that, by terms of the special permit, was to have first taken place. And so the issue would be setting a time period for that temporary occupancy so that the board essentially is retaining jurisdiction over the situation and both monitoring and either by secondary action or primary action, looking to get in some way the entire situation resolved so that the work can actually take place.
Okay, and Fred and Kathy, would you be comfortable with a different, despite whatever quotes, whether it's high, low, whatever the case, are you comfortable with accepting allowing a temporary occupancy with a lower amount, whatever it be, maybe the 25 or whatever was stated here?
If the bond is in return for the occupancy permit, then the number is the 300,000 that I submitted earlier today. Because that is what I believe the cost to the town would be to go out to bid and get someone to do it. Any funds that were left over would be returned to whoever posted the bond, but in order to go about the project and have the town exercise the right to do this work should the bond not be, should the work not be completed prior to that, that's the number it would be. In terms of the temporary CO, I'm not quite sure how that works, because once someone moves into a house, you really
Yeah.
can't get them to.
Mr. Litchfield, you issued temporary CO completed work in town at Monument Square. With respect to your position of $300,000, do you disagree that that cost will be shared by 5 different people? The Grennans here aren't the developer. They're not the bad guy, Mr. Litchfield.
I'm not saying the Grennans are the bad guy. I am not even advocating that the Grennans are solely responsible for this. Unfortunately, the decision indicates that the last house cannot be occupied till the work is done.
And what about the other decisions with respect to the occupancy? And
Okay,
I'll be very candid.
Attorney Radigan, I'm going to have you, so please go through the chair. Don't go have a discussion back and forth there. I just want to make sure that we hear from Fred. I'm trying to understand what in Fred's mind, when you say the 300,000 bond would still stand, does that mean that we could not accept a temporary for a lesser, we could not issue the temporary for a lesser amount, but then still have that protection in the background?
Well,
You're asking for a legal opinion.
if I could just jump in here, anytime the town has to step in, and it's extremely rare. I think we've actually done it once on a subdivision road, which was a subdivision road. It needs to be the full amount. I mean, that's part of what the town engineer estimates for this board and all the other boards of what it would cost the town to complete the driveway, the roadway, whatever it is. Separately from obviously tonight's conversation, I talked to the building inspector and asked him his thoughts on and process for issuing a temporary occupancy permit. And he is willing to do that, provided that there is adequate coverage for the town and for his department, because as Fred stated again, that the expectation, is not that the town is going to go in and remove someone from their house. So we're calling it a temporary occupancy permit, and that's how it would have to be drafted. But let's be realistic. It's their occupancy permit.
Yep.
So the money, and again, the Grennans are in the unfortunate position, but it's the decision, that we have to look at. We can't look at the people or the, who purchased it, what they purchased, what they knew, what they didn't know. Homeowners associations are required on every common driveway. The town does not go in and enforce whether a homeowners association was put in place or not. Mm-hmm. It's always part of the planning board's decision. And then, it's up to the responsible parties, such as the developer and homeowners, to make sure that happens. It's not something that we police ever, and nor will we ever do that. Mm-hmm. So,
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion for conditions that may alleviate some of your concerns?
Sure.
I would propose that you issue a temporary occupancy permit to the Grennans. They will post $25,000 cash bond. Within 120 days of moving into their home, they will be back in front of this board, either with a resolution agreed to by all the neighbors and Mr. Silver to address the road, or alternatively, we will file a lawsuit seeking a declaratory relief to address the controversy as to whose responsibility the apportionment of these expenses are. And we will let the courts simply decide, and the town of Northborough can be kept out of any of the litigation that will ensue.
Okay, Attorney Janeski, your thoughts on that?
Yes, there are many options that are within the board's discretion, in my view. Essentially, I think to get to the issue that's been going back and forth, you'd be authorizing this temporary certificate for less than what it would cost to do all the work, assuming whatever the number is, but let's just say it's the $300,000. With the notion being that it's temporary, And an agreement could provide that if X has not happened by a certain date, some form of resolution, which could come in either of the ways that Attorney Radigan described, then the Grenans would have to vacate. And if they didn't, for example, any costs associated with enforcing that requirement, they'd be responsible for. There are ways to write this. I think the bottom line is we're not treating this as the usual situation because one, it's not, and two, it's a temporary certificate as opposed to a permanent one. And I think the concept is, and I'll let Attorney Radigan, if he wants to speak further to it, but I see the concept as it's less than what might be determined to be the full amount, but that's because they are getting less than they would get as homeowners by a temporary occupancy certificate. And there are other items, although they're in the wings, other means by which the town could conceivably exert some influence to get Mr. Silver to finish the job.
Okay, Attorney Radigan, anything to add to that?
No, I think that that's appropriate, that we would post a $25,000 cash bond. We would commit to either bringing back within 120 days an agreement reached by the developer and all the neighbors, or alternatively, we will file litigation seeking to resolve the issues. I think what's being lost in the comments about the $300,000 is if the town were in a position to enforce their obligations to rebuild this road to highway standards for private road, notwithstanding the fact that I disagree with Mr. Litchfield's assessment, it's 5 homes, not one. And so you're looking at 5 different homeowners that the town would be pursuing, not just the Grenans, who are frankly the most innocent of any of them, because they haven't had use or enjoyment of that road for the last 20 years. And they are, not the developer. We bought a lot as a homeowner. We didn't buy the developer's rights. We didn't step in here and ask the town for anything other than to enforce what they should have enforced 15 years ago. And so now this problem has been compounded because the homeowners association was not completed and none of the other requirements that were conditions on other COs were enforced. We're actually asking you to treat them not only unfairly, considering how other neighbors have gotten a pass, but we think we've brought you a reasonable solution, and you're putting it on us to deal with a problem that we're going to take on because nobody else is willing to do it.
Understood.
Can
Okay,
I-
board members. Oh, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, so I disagree with the amount. I think it's too low. I think the applicant's attorney has reminded us, which I agree, it's 1 out of 5. So if you were to take what the town engineer is recommending, should the town have to take over and we're looking out for the town's best interest, and you do 5 of 300,000, at a minimum, it should be 60,000. I think that's the first thing. I think because if you're going with the argument that all 5 should participate in it, so it should be all 5 at the cost if the town would need to take it over. As far as a temporary occupancy permit, I'm not quite sure if you want to go to 120 days, if 90 days is more reasonable. I think what you probably want to do is get all parties to understand that time is of the essence, and then to bring back something to the board fairly quickly because it has gone on so long. So my recommendation to the board is, I actually agree with the 300 up front, and I understand that it's not, that this applicant shouldn't have to pay the entire thing, but they should have to at least pay 1/5 of the 300, which is the town is recommending. And I would reduce, unless Mr. Dresky can comment otherwise, down to 90 days, rather than letting it go on for another 4 months, which takes you well into the fall.
Madam Chair, if I may just briefly, my clients are going to be taking on significant legal expenses on their own accord, not being allocated amongst 5 owners, which is why I think it's more than appropriate that the amount stay 25. They've paid a lot of money for their home. They are looking at legal expenses that aren't certain to be reimbursed, that they're going to be taking on personally to deal with this mess. And that is why, even notwithstanding the fact that I don't agree that Mr. Litchfield's estimates are appropriate or correct, given this is a private road and not a public way to be accepted by this town, you have estimates from $100,000 to $300,000. a middling ground of that is 200. And I'd ask you to take into account the fact that my clients are going to be expending a significant amount of money in enforcing this on their own without a decision of the court. Thank you.
Okay. Other board member thoughts? Millie?
I just have some questions. For Fred, does this road need to be replaced or repaired now?
You mean now, it needs to be done before the house can be occupied. The road is not suitable for the top coat, but whether it happens now or 30 days from now, or 90 days, 6 months from now, it's not critical that it be done. It's not, if it's not done right now, it doesn't mean that there won't be adequate access, but at some point in the future, that will happen.
So I guess the question that I have is this: if the Grannons had never bought this house, this road would be continuing to deteriorate. Is that correct?
Well, that would be up to Mr. Silver. It was his obligation to finish it. That was what the special permit was.
But it could continue indefinitely to deteriorate, basically, since we have no, nothing has to be done until the last house goes in. Would that be?
That's fair.
So, what would happen if they never bought this house? Would the town at some point have to step in and say, you need to repair this road, and then go between the developer and the non-homeowners association? How would that get resolved?
I don't believe that the town would step in.
So they would allow the road to deteriorate to the point where it's not usable?
It's not a roadway. It's a driveway.
Okay.
And it's private property, and it's a private matter between the developer who got the special permit and sold the lots and the homeowners who are accessing the lot.
Okay. So one of the questions that I have then, sort of following along that, would it be something that we would advise or reinforce that condition that they do form a homeowners association? Is that
Yes.
Attorney Dineski, is that something maybe I can ask of you?
Let me just comment. We've tried that, and the neighbors have refused. So we're going to need the court to do that.
Okay.
And the neighbors have also refused to allow us to go forward with any of the bids that we've received, which is why we need to go to court in the absence of these.
So even though it's an order of condition upon their purchase of the property, there's been a disregard for that element of it.
That's right. And none of them should have COs, but they all do. And so I guess to answer your question, the town could move on an order of condemnation and condemn all 5 homes if there's not access for emergency personnel.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Eddie, we need to wrap this up because we are far, far behind. What are our board members leaning towards, the temporary certificate with some sort of amount that was satisfactory? Where does the board stand here?
I think I'm leaning towards the temporary occupancy with a certain amount. I'm not sure. I see where Michelle's coming from. I'm not sure. I think it should be that high, given that they have never used this road. But I'd like to see something in the middle, maybe.
I'd agree. So I think, they've got existing quotes starting at 100,000 to 150,000. So let's just say they're off. You bump that up to 200,000 for a private road. Again, we got to remember this is a private dispute amongst 6 parties who have got to figure out how to work it out together. And so I think there should. At this point, while we've got some leverage, is I would say break that up with 1/5 of $200,000 is what I would propose. And then I don't even know if that 120 days is enough time, but I guess that's the place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Amy, thoughts from you?
Yeah, I agree. I was like taking the 150 or 200,000 and dividing it by 5. And And I was just interested in what he said about the order of conduct. I don't remember the word. Order of conduct, where you enforce it. You enforce this homeowners association to become, it was an order on this original special permit, and we need some way to enforce it. And if we have any common driveways going forth in the future, how do we force this homeowners association so that all the homeowners are responsible and not just one person? Like, I guess my question is for Attorney Dineski, can that be part of it too? Can you force this homeowners association to start?
Given what's been stated and what I understand, I don't believe it will be started unless there's an agreement that's reached among all parties or there's litigation and a court orders it. And
what about what he just
the
said?
latter, the latter option is obviously something that you don't have certainty about the result of until you're into it.
Oh, Kathy?
I just want to point out for the board, I went through probably about 20 years worth of common driveway decisions. And excuse me. And this is the first time actually that we have heard from the homeowners that they have refused to do a homeowners association. So it has worked in every other common driveway that's been granted by this board. And they range, when in talking to various people, excuse me, on common driveways, and people have had to rebuild their common driveways just based on, the amount of time. Common driveways have long been a method here in Northborough for people to access their what we call pork chop lots. So it's not, it's not a new concept. It has not failed in the past. It's unfortunate that it did fail on this one, but I just don't see, given that these have worked in the past, that why the board would take on a different method in the future to get more involved with the homeowners association.
Okay, for me, I thought the 25,000 was reasonable, but I guess it sounds like regardless of the amount, we range in amounts, but it sounds like the board is all in line with issuing some sort of temporary for an amount that's reasonable. I don't know the best way to approach that, Attorney Dineski, if we all sort of have a different idea of what that reasonable amount is. What is the best way? I mean, or Fred, do you have I know I don't want to put you in a position of risk. It sounds like we can cover ourselves with certain conditions and coming back, and hopefully it's a private matter that solves. What's the best way to resolve the correct amount?
Well, my opinion is the $300,000 is what it would take for the town to go out to bid and have a contractor complete the roadway. $25,000 from the Grennans doesn't do anything, doesn't give us enough money to do anything with the driveway. It's not the town's responsibility. It's not the Grennans' responsibility. The town usually uses the bond amount to incentivize the developer to complete the work. We didn't do that in this case because we don't do that for common driveways. The bond that was posted or the amount that was given by Mr. Silver initially was for stabilization of the sides of the driveway because there was a lot of cutting that had to be done to establish that. It wasn't for the actual construction of the roadway. We never gave it back because he never finished the roadway, but technically it wasn't for the completion. When I say roadway, I mean the driveway. So I don't know what to tell you about I don't know what we would do with that 25,000. Doesn't get us anywhere, really.
Got it. Anthony, did you have something?
So I guess the only point I'd make here is it doesn't appear that any of the homeowners are going to pony up any money for this at any event. And I don't envision there's ever a time where we would actually ever go in and replace somebody's private driveway, is my guess. I think at some point, the road, when the road deteriorates enough, that the homeowners will be more and more motivated to do it. So I think we're penalizing the Grennans at this point, who, and I think as Mr. Radigan said, is probably the least guilty of all of these people. So I don't even see I'm not seeing the point of the bond, because you're never going to get the full amount, is my guess.
So you're saying the town would never necessarily do the work. We would just, short of it being some sort of safety issue, we would never get involved anyway.
I don't think so.
Technically, the town can't do work on private property. So we would have to have some mechanism to give us the right to do that.
Ah,
And that could be incorporated into the bond amount, but the bond is if it's not adequate to complete the work, there's nothing that we would do in an interim measure. Again, it's private property. The idea of that condition was to incentivize the developer to complete the work prior to occupying the last house. Could it have been done differently? Sure, it could have.
okay. Attorney Radigan, oh, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
I have a question for Attorney Dineski. So if we required, whether it's a $40,000 bond or a $60,000 bond or the $25,000, and for some reason all the parties do not come to an agreement and it just sits there, can the bond then be released back to this applicant at some point in time, or does the town hold it forever? I mean, could that be a part of an agreement that if for some reason the parties don't come back together and it's not agreed to, then they get their bond back? Is that something that they could do? Because
you could include that either up front, or you could address that situation at the next incremental time when there's a review of the matter. But you certainly, in my view, could return the security that might be provided in connection with the temporary certificate.
Because I would assume that the applicant would at least want to do the section of their driveway that leads up to their house by either improving the existing driveway or the final coat. And I've done my own driveway and it's very expensive, so I would assume that that is just money put aside for them to do at least their section of the driveway. I think that's reasonable for consideration. Do you think, Attorney Dineski, that 120 days is reasonable, or should we tighten it up to 90 days? Or I'm not in favor of going beyond 120 because this has taken on for so long.
I think it's really pretty much a guess on anyone's part, and you're just sort of picking what a reasonable time to check back in is. If the board wants it to be sooner in the better part of the weather for the year, then you choose 90, otherwise 120, but it's in some ways arbitrary regardless.
Okay.
And my point to that is that you just don't want to come back in 90 days or 120 days and say, we don't have anything to report, let's continue it on for another 90 days or another 120 days.
Well,
We're
Madam
trying to
Chair,
bring relief to these people as well.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think the intention of coming back and reporting in a status report in 90 or 120 days is my clients are pledging to either come back to you at that point in time with an agreement that's in place to address the roadway, or we will have initiated a lawsuit to address these concerns. So I want to be very clear that I'm not promising a resolution in that time frame. What I'm promising is we're going to commit to the next I prefer 120, but 90 days, irregardless of trying to work out an agreement that has been at this point untenable with all the neighbors. And if we're not able to do it, we will have filed a lawsuit against the developer and naming all of our neighbors as interested parties to resolve all the controversies with respect to the homeowners association and the obligations with respect to who has to pay for what to complete the roadway.
Okay, and hearing the board's discussion about different dollar amounts and whatnot, do you have a response to any of that discussion in terms of what your client would be comfortable with, not comfortable with?
My response is, I understand and appreciate that if the town took action, they would take it against all five. And so that's a good number for you to work on. I had suggested 25 based on our estimates that I think are fair. They're based on the actual private driveway, not a highway. And I think it's enough to incentivize my client so that if they don't file the lawsuit in 90 days or 120 days, whatever this board decides, that money's in jeopardy. And so, you know, that is our incentive. That is your stick to make us do what we've said we are going to do, which is move forward with trying to resolve this dispute. And we think that the amount should be less because we're going to incur legal expenses that no one has been willing to contribute to amongst our neighbors at this point.
Okay. All right. Any additional comments from board members or thoughts based on that? How that impacts what our thoughts are? Millie, do you have something?
I do. Just if we were to order the or approve the temporary occupancy, when would that take effect?
I'd hope immediately.
The occupancy certificate itself is the purview of the building inspector. So a vote that this board would take would be to authorize the issuance of a certificate in exchange for, and then the fill in the blank that we've been discussing.
Mhm.
So as soon as that were put in place, then building inspector could act.
Okay. I was just curious. I didn't know if there was other time elements for us to consider on that.
Okay. Other thoughts on the appropriate? It sounds like the board is leaning towards issuing a temporary occupancy permit, but what we can't determine is what is that amount? Any thoughts on resolution there or a fair way to come down to that? The Grennans obviously would prefer 25,000 based on some of the issues that Attorney Radigan presented. Thoughts on that? Is that acceptable to the board?
I would, for me personally, I think that would be, so I think there's some excellent points that they are taking full responsibility, the Brennans, on moving this forward, legal expenses. And as I've said before, it's still, you're not going to get that bonds from anybody else anyway, essentially. You're never going to collect enough money to get the road done, which would never be done.
Mhm.
So I think 25,000 would be enough motivation for them. I feel they're already being penalized, but at least this should get things moving. At least they get litigation going if that's where it's going to go.
I agree.
Other thoughts on that?
So we've gone from 40,000 to 25? I don't really understand.
So I don't know who had 40 before. I think,
Well, I think the thing is that we took the average, so we estimated it could be anywhere from 150 to 200,000 divided by 5.
Right, but we've already discovered that the town has said they would never do work on private property. So that amount is kind of irrelevant, other than being a motivator to get litigation going.
And I believe that the contractor also had some in bond as well for performance that the town had held earlier that would be going towards something. No? Am I wrong on that, Kathy?
Yeah, the bond that we presently have is not for the road, it's for the stabilization of the site. So that $25,000 that we already have, that we've had for, close to 20 years, is not for the construction of the driveway. So that could not be applied towards the construction of the driveway. And just to Anthony's point, those numbers, Anthony, the 100 to 150,000, those are the bids that the Grennans have received.
Mm-hmm.
So that's for a private a contractor to go in and do private work. Again, going back to the 300,000, that's if the town had to ever step into the shoes.
okay. So Michelle, it sounds like you're not in favor of 25. You want a different amount.
Well, I'm just looking at all of these bids right now that have come in. They seem to be ranging from anywhere from 100,000 to 150. So if we could ask the applicant's attorney if he were to take the highest at 150 times 5, divided by 5, does that seem reasonable to him?
So
That's fine.
30,000. So does that settle okay with board members?
That's what I was thinking too.
Can I just point out the Grennans need to contact the treasurer tomorrow to take care of a tax matter before regardless of what this board votes on tonight, that needs to be resolved before the temporary occupancy permit is issued.
It'll be addressed tomorrow.
Okay.
It's not an issue.
Okay, then it sounds like we agree on an amount. It sounds like the conditions would be 120 days. That was a preference of the Grennans, it sounded like. Back with the condition is in 120 days coming back to the board with either a resolution where all parties have agreed, or a lawsuit will be filed to address the ongoing issues with the special permit. Attorney Dineski, would we actually put the issues that we want solved, like the HOA, or do we just leave it? It's a private matter. We just leave it up to them.
At this point, based on the discussion, I'll offer what I think can be a motion. And if
Okay.
someone wants to simply adopt that, there'll be a couple of, or maybe just one fill-in. And that motion would be to authorize the issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy for the Grennan property in exchange for the Grennans providing $30,000 of security towards the completion of the common driveway. The temporary occupancy certificate to be issued for no longer than, I'll insert 6 months. If the board wants a different period, that's fine. And that the matter will be reviewed by the planning board. And you would again fill in either the 90 or the 120 days from today's date for a report on whether there has been an agreement among all the property owners, or if the Grennans have had to file litigation to seek contribution towards the cost. And the last piece I will add is with a written agreement to reflect these conditions as approved by council in communication with counsel for the Grennans.
Now, should I say so moved to accept that? Is that what?
You may, but you would just want to confirm what's the longest period of time for which you would agree to there would be a temporary certificate, and what's the period of time that the matter will come back before the board?
In the absence of litigation, Mr. Janowski? Meaning I won't have much control over 6 months, whether the case is disposed of in 6 months.
Right, I understand that. The point is that I'm suggesting for the board to have at least an endpoint at which it could reauthorize or modify. It's just so that there's parameters around what the board is authorizing.
What I want to make
long.
What I want to make clear, though, is we're not going to revoke our security if litigation were to take longer than 6 months. We, of course, plan on keeping this board apprised of what goes on, but I could foresee a lawsuit taking longer than 6 months.
Understood.
Okay, so the 6 months is really just a checkpoint at that time to reauthorize. But there's no, moving the security around, it stays. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so right now we have 30,000 is the dollar amount, 6 months is the temporary permit, and 120 days to come back with the either agreement adopted by all the parties, or that the Grennans have decided to seek retribution for the cost, and that there will be a written agreement worked between counsel and Attorney Radigan, or counsel for the Grennans. Are those the correct, does that work for our motion?
I agree.
So we can adopt that motion. And we will need a second. So we've adopted that motion that Attorney Dineski read.
Second.
Okay. Second by Millie.
Who made the motion?
Amy. Did that not work right, Kathy?
No, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if it was Amy or Millie.
No, motion made by Amy, seconded by Millie. The motion is to authorize the temporary occupancy for the 30,000 in security. The temporary occupancy will be valid for no longer than 6 months. The matter will be reviewed by the planning board within 120 days. Those are the items that were the numbers that had to be inserted into the motion. That motion has been made and seconded. Is everybody clear on the motion?
All set.
Okay, all in favor? We're going to do a roll call vote. Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, so Attorney Janeski, obviously you'll be in the loop with this. Attorney Radigan, you as well, and you are calling the treasurer tomorrow to resolve whatever matters need to happen. And then Kathy, it sounds like the Grennans need to get in touch with the building inspector to pursue their occupancy.
Well, yes, but I mean, the dollar amount needs to be posted before he can issue that.
Okay, all right, but everybody knows their next steps.
Right, so the two attorneys have to come up with the agreement,
Okay. Okay,
or
so,
our attorney does.
okay, so we will see you back one way or the other, and I don't know where it works out to be 120 days for our next meeting, but Kathy, I'm sure you will keep that on your radar to sort out. Okay, that's it then. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
All right, my goals, my time goals are very much thrown off. Thank you to everyone who sat through and waited for the next portion. What we have this evening, we have 2 appointments coming up. We have one for the Earthwork Board and also for Design Review. So I'm going to go by the agenda here, and we're going to start with the Earthwork Board candidates. And we are going to start with William Pierce, if we could bring him over. Oh, hi, Bill. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep. So it looks like you like to go by Bill, not William.
Whenever I hear William, I always think I'm in trouble.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thanks for hanging on there. I just want a second to pull up your application here. What I was going to do for these, I originally thought we'd all have a set of questions that would just be the same, but just with the holiday weekend, we didn't get our full list of questions together. So what I wanted to do is just give board members each a chance. First, have the candidate talk a little bit, give an intro talk about themselves and maybe some relevant skill sets, why they're interested. And then if board members had more specific questions, just to give everybody the opportunity to ask 1 or 2 questions, you'd be able to do that. And Bill, so that we would, we would ask you questions. It won't be too painful or last too long. And then afterwards, we would just deliberate and just talk about, figure out the best match for each role. So why don't we get started? If you don't mind just sharing a little bit about yourself and relevant skills and what makes you interested in this specific role.
Sure. So my name is Bill Pierce. I live at 367 Whitney Street. Up until about a year ago, I was finishing my master's degree. And since then, I've been looking to help out in the town wherever I can. Currently, I am a board member on the NEDP, which is the Northborough Extended Day Program. I've been doing that since 2017. I'm also I help out with the soccer, the Northborough soccer teams. I have one girl, I have 2 daughters, one of them that plays soccer, so I help out with the team there. We also help out with my wife helps out with the softball with my other daughter. But I'm looking to get more involved in the, how the town works type of items. Back when I lived in Marlborough for 5 years, I was the senior member of a homeowners association where we had about 172 units that we managed. So I'm familiar with board processes and how that works. My master's and my work is actually in technology, so there's not much crossover, but my master's is in cybersecurity, and where that crosses over is cybersecurity isn't where people are behind a keyboard typing away trying to block people from doing things. It is in risk management, assessing risk, mitigating risk, and where you have to either accept it or reject the risk, and I think that's where a lot of my training can come in.
Okay, great. What, is there anything, well, actually, I won't go first. I'll let other board members start. Anything else that you wanted to speak to before we
Nope.
ask a few questions? Okay, great. Thanks for the introduction. Okay, do any board members have specific questions that they wanted to ask based on, we did receive your application. Thank you for filling that out. I will,
Clear cutting the whole property. So it's more about seeing the construction through to the end than it is approving or denying, and the conditions are based upon truck routes, stabilization, bond amounts, that kind of thing. But it's generally understood that the project is already sought approval and obtained it from one of the other boards, and that they're good to go and they're just ready to post their bond and get to work on the actual construction.
and what time do you usually meet during the day when you do meet?
We meet on the third Wednesday of the month. We've been meeting at 6 o'clock since COVID started, and we are meeting by Zoom as well.
Okay. Bill, does that sound like a time that you'd be able to make for the most
Oh, yeah.
part?
Yep, that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, and commitment wise, that sounds okay.
Yes.
Is there often work in the interim, Fred, reviewing projects, or is it primarily contained to the meeting?
Full disclosure, I review the projects and draft a bond amount, and then the board reviews it and approves or modifies if they choose to. Not very often, but they do occasionally.
Okay,
So I send the applicants send in their plans, and they get mailed along with the application to the board members about a week before the meeting.
okay, thank you. And so, Bill, that still sounds like something that commitment wise works for you and your schedule?
Yes. Yep.
And out of curiosity, how did you hear about the role? Did you see it put out there, or?
Yeah, I saw it on the town website.
Great.
So I actually put in for 4 different positions. I've already been accepted onto the municipal rules and bylaws, which hasn't met yet, but.
Oh, great. So you really want to get involved.
Yep.
All right, great. All right. No, if there are no further questions, we will let you get on with your evening, and really appreciate you coming here and applying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. So Jim, if you want to bring in Christopher Esthetis, I think might be how to say it. There we go. Hi, Christopher. Can you hear us? Up there you are. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Hello. How are you? Do you go by Chris or Christopher?
Chris is
Okay.
perfect.
Great. So as you may have heard, we would like you, if you just want to start with a little introduction about yourself, why you're interested in the role, and then each board member will just ask a couple questions. And then if you already heard Fred talk about what's involved, we can just confirm whether that works for you or not.
Mhm.
And that's about it. So why don't you get started and tell us a little bit about yourself and what makes you interested in earthworks?
Sure. So I am I'm a registered professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering in 2015. I've been working for 6 years in the industry. Started out working more asset management for a sewer rehabilitation system in the city of Springfield. And then I changed my career course over to roadway design, roadway layout, civil site design. So I've gone through, the ringer with many types of projects from, bridge rehab, bridge replacement, site layout, and a few different other types of projects from, preliminary design all the way through construction. I'm interested in this role because, being new to this town, I've lived here for a year. My wife and I moved here actually a year ago this weekend. I want to help the town, want to make it a great place to live. It's already a great place to live, but I want to continue to make it a great place to live, and continue with that.
Okay, great. Any specific skill sets that you think, and I think you listed them here as well, that you think match the site development, roadway design, construction estimation, construction oversight. So those are some of your skill sets
Yep, I've gone through, many projects with Mass DOT, putting together volume cut fill analysis, just to ensure that, if we're taking out too much, what are we going to bring in? And, if we have excess, what to do with it for different roadway designs. I interned with the city of Medford, so I got a little bit of experience on that side of the ball as well, working with pretty closely with the city engineer there for a few months. So I think those skill sets that I've learned between working for the city and now being with a private consultant really match well with the Earthwork Board.
Okay, great. Questions from board members?
I guess I'll start with, I'm going to guess you have a pretty good idea of what this board does based on your background.
Yes.
You're new to town, so obviously that's something that you don't really have a history of being on the boards or being on committees, and this is what you feel is a good place for you to start to get your feet wet. Is that what?
Yeah, definitely. I think just from, my background, it was one that kind of lined up with, work that I've done. I am reading plans every single day, designing plans every single day, going through specifications, Mass Highway. I work a lot with Mass DOT and their specifications as well. So those, I think, line up pretty well with the Earthwork Board.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So have you been on and where you previously lived or even through your employment on any boards or committees, even professional committees in relation to this type of work or work with municipalities?
No, I guess I wouldn't say directly with the board. I moved from Tewksbury, Massachusetts, is where I grew up there. So Northborough was my first new hometown. But I did work pretty closely, working with the city engineer very closely. I still keep in touch with, many of the people over there. I worked, 8M permits, different permits for the MWRA, and all different types of, I guess, people around the industry. So I haven't really directly served on a board, but I think, this one kind of meshes very well with what I do professionally, and I can continue and take that expertise and, bring it to the board.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Well, welcome to Northborough.
Thank you. It's been very lovely so far.
Yeah.
And then how did you hear about this role?
So when I first moved to town, I actually had reached out to Kathy, just trying to gauge to see what the opportunities were to serve on the town. And she let me know that when boards have openings, they're posted on the site. So I've been keeping an eye on it. And, after I actually just recently passed my PE exam and got registered in Massachusetts as an engineer. So once I got through the studying for that, which took up most of my time, I felt I was ready to, step onto something new and help serve my community.
Okay, other questions from board members? So I'll ask you a similar question that I had asked before, just about in terms of, I know you haven't been on a board necessarily, but just your experience in work and life in general, being on a team where sometimes maybe you don't always agree, or, there are different opinions that need to be reconciled. What's your approach to being a part of a team when that's the case?
I think teamwork is probably one of my biggest strengths. We're working with many different engineers, scientists, planners, you name it. It's never easy coordinating a project. One person's a little late on something or disagrees, but working together to come to a solution is always the better route than trying to fight somebody back and forth on it. So being open to everyone's ideas and just keeping your ears open and listening rather than being closed-minded. And taking everything in and working to a solution and meeting in the middle.
And now Fred had mentioned I don't know if you got a chance to hear him, in terms of commitment and timing, it looks like the third Wednesday of every month as needed at 6 p.m. as it stands now. Is that something that you can make
Yep.
on a pretty consistent
Yep.
basis? Workload wise, it doesn't sound like a whole lot. Fred seems to do the heavy lifting, but to whatever extent you need to work, that sounds like an okay commitment to you?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here. What did you put? Hold on, I'm just looking at your application here.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, and so right now you're doing this right now. You just got your degree, your professional, you're now a registered professional engineer. So in terms of how that changes what you're doing before, does it, I'm just curious what actually that entails when you become a registered professional engineer. Does it just allow better job opportunities for you or different skill sets or?
It's more liability in the sense that I can stamp plans that go to construction and, be kind of that last line of review to ensure that they're ready to go.
Okay. Now you are coming on to a board that, I think that several members have been on, and this would be your first board. So how do you view, coming onto a board with maybe people who have been around a long time, do you view that as a learning opportunity or challenge or?
You actually beat me to it. I think that's, one of the biggest opportunities to learn from people who have, seen it, done it, and been through almost any situation you could think of.
All right, great. Any other questions from board members? Okay, any questions? Do you have any questions for us?
No, none at the moment. If I do think of any, I'll definitely be sure to let everyone know.
Okay. It sounds like you have a good understanding of what the board entails.
I don't think so. I think
based on your entails.
Yeah, I have a pretty good understanding. Fred will do a review, put the bond together, and we're just there to kind of keep the ball rolling.
Okay. All right, great. Well, thank you. I think that is it. I appreciate you keeping an eye out for openings and submitting your application. This was really great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time, everyone.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, why don't we just continue through our interviews while we're on a roll here, and then just so we can move our agenda along, if we could move on to the interviews for design review. First, we have Tom Reardon. Oops, Tom, you there? I can't tell if we have him yet. Do we have Tom or no? Oh,
Yeah, so
nothing.
I don't see a microphone or, oh, there he goes.
there we
He's probably connected.
Yes.
Hey, Carrie? I'm going to take off. I
Okay.
will catch you at the next meeting.
Okay, bye, Fred.
All right. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Oops, there you are. Hi, Tom.
Good evening.
Hello. Thanks for sticking around. You are obviously coming for a reappointment to the Design Review Committee, so you don't necessarily have, things that you've done or would like to continue, or why you're interested in reappointment.
Okay, so I'm a 36-year resident of Northborough. And I've appointments to the Design Review Committee, so I've been doing this quite a while, working with Kathy and Fred. One of the things I most enjoy is the fact that we have a set of design guidelines that provides us a basis to evaluate applicants' designs, both for buildings and the landscaping. And that enables us to guide, coach, offer encouragement, and give them reasons why their presentations either meet the guidelines or not. I've been involved in writing those guidelines, and we're currently writing another set of guidelines for duplexes. And I believe we're in the final drafts working with Judy Barrett. So I'm interested in continuing on with that. I look forward to working towards some of the goals itemized in the master plan that was recently completed. I served on the master plan committee as well. And there will be several areas that affect commercials are helping with the master plan.
Okay, great. Any specific questions from board members?
I guess one that I would ask to both board architects when they come about in front. Have you previously, or do you foresee yourself bringing clients before the board?
Often it does occur.
Okay.
We always recuse ourselves as per mass guidelines.
Yep.
Mass general law.
Okay. How many would you say recently that you've represented before the board?
In the last year or two, Maytech, 56 Hudson Street, and MA Group, 90 West Main Street. Prior to that, I probably maybe one or two in the previous 5 years. I'm not sure. I've done 15 buildings in the commercial districts of Northborough. So whenever those occurred, I recused myself, and they've all been approved.
Okay. That's it for now.
Other questions?
I just wanted to speak on behalf of Tom. I've worked with Tom on the design review committee for many years. I think many of us, as we go up and down Main Street, can see much of Tom's work. As he indicated, there have been probably, has it only been 15, Tom? I thought it was more, but it's been about 15 buildings or projects that he's worked on. He did start in the beginning part of all the design review standards and has been very instrumental on that. I think Tom has extensive knowledge on mass law with regards to building. And if you want to talk a little bit about that, Tom, a lot of extensive knowledge. And he has extensive knowledge on commercial industrial. He has been a huge asset to the town of Northborough, regardless of whether you have an opinion or not, whether he has to recuse himself. Over 15 years for 4 applicants. 5 applicants is not a lot, but what I'm saying is a huge asset to Northborough in his time and talent that he's brought to.
Great. Tom, did you want to speak to any of those properties or anything that you're particularly proud of or think really made a difference?
Well, the building next door to 90 West Main, 96 West Main, Renovo, I did that. 290 West Main, where you have Lala Java and Makaku. Next to, on Monroe Street, beside the new town common, I did building there, 4 units. Bigelow Farm, this is a residential development. So 168 East Main Street over near Texas Barbecue. So if you look at my design work, you can see that it is very much based in the regional traditional vocabulary of New England. I do not do modern buildings. I never have. They may be contemporary in feel, but we live in the contemporary era and I have to use contemporary methods and materials. Michelle also mentioned my background in building codes. I'm a licensed building inspector. I do part-time work for the town of Westboro. So I do both commercial inspections and residential, institutional. So I'm very familiar with the processes, the methods, what is feasible, what isn't, what meets code, what doesn't, handicap accessibility. So I've enjoyed my 40 years in architecture because I'm a generalist, and I'm able to take my clients from beginning concepts all the way through completion, and that's very satisfying.
Nice. Okay, other questions from board members?
I just also wanted to mention that one of the talents that Tom has had is, and you can talk to this, is a lot of time in design review committee, they start at one point, and as Tom talked about, you have to take them to I mean, we just saw this in zero alignment. All of you guys love zero alignment at the end, right? Zero alignment is the direct result of Tom Reardon's talent, that he beautiful building that transitions from, residential to industrial. I think that's just speaks for volumes itself. So I think I've witnessed.
Michelle, I just want to be careful not to start to deliberate as part of the interviews, and just make sure board members can ask questions so that the candidate can answer.
Yeah, he could just talk a little bit more about that. But
Okay, Tom, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, the methods that we've developed in the design review is to offer not just the site, but also the architectural context in Northborough, and to use that in their development of their schemes. One of the things we especially tried to do with Walnut Street is to have the landscape design and the building design complement each other. We were trying to get away from viewing less than satisfactory architectural design by covering it up with landscaping. We thought that was poor strategy for both the landscape designer and the architect. We thought they should work together, give us an attractive building that transitions, and give us an attractive landscape so that's one of the things we stressed with 1 Lyman Street.
Okay, Millie, did you have a question? It looked like you were.
Yeah, I just, you've been on numerous boards, and at this point, design review for many, many years. With design review, would there be any changes or any types of modifications you'd like to see in that committee?
In terms of design guidelines, well, the current design guidelines for 2-family, I think the board would, the planning board as well as the design review committee would find rather burdensome because it's highly technical and there's a lot of specifics that you'd have to track. I mean, who wants to be watching to see if they put up 3-inch window trim? I think that would be a real burden, especially if the building department has to monitor whether they're building to the approved design. They just don't have the manpower or the time to monitor these things. Are you going to monitor 20% of the glazing on the elevation? What are you going to give them? There are some very good points in the new guidelines, and I think those need to be further studied, detailed. And detailed means someone has to check it.
And were those guidelines in place with the formation of design review committee from the get-go, or are those things that came into place over time?
For the duplex guidelines, they're in the process of being developed now.
Okay.
We're still working with Judy Barrett, as Kathy could tell you, and we're very close to track.
Is that what I understand?
Well, I think that has terminated. I'm on White Cliffs now.
Okay.
And I'm being considered as an alternate for the Historic District Commission, which I served on many moons ago.
Yeah. And you're currently also still on, or design review,
Correct.
but not intake committee, correct?
No.
Okay, I was just curious. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
additional board member questions? Okay, just for me, I've been asking everybody this so far in terms of, you know, how to work through when people with different opinions get together and, you know, how to work through that and still be a team and come up with a solution at the end of the day. Any thoughts on that, your approach to that, and how to make sure you can stay as like a cohesive committee or board, or how that looks to you when you're, you know, in that situation?
So in the last 19 years on the design review, the members have worked to reach a consensus so we could give a strong vote of approval to the ZBA and the planning board. That doesn't mean we didn't have disagreements. I don't. Great vinyl siding and shingles and shutters. I don't. But they get approved. And what we generally try to do is make sure everybody is talking about the same facts in terms of what the design guidelines ask for and what is presented to us. And we try to not be personal, and we talk the applicants through and we make suggestions. If we have criticisms of their design, we give our reasons why we dislike some aspect. But it's rooted in the design guidelines. It's not something of our personal. We are a professional board. We suspend our preferences to give fair, objective reasonings for what we're looking for. And that seems to have worked well for the last 15 years.
Okay, great. Any questions? Or I assume you don't. You've been on the board quite a long time, but just ask if you have anything that you question-wise or anything.
I would just say that modifications to the makeup of the design review committee at this time, with changes at the head of it, as well as bringing in new members, you reduce the experience and knowledge of the board, where we need to finish the design guidelines for the duplexes, and we need to be ready to work with the master plan implementation committee. But it's an unusual time to restock the design review committee. I think the town would suffer with the lack of experience and knowledge that you could be heading towards.
Okay, great. Any further questions from anybody? All right. Well, thanks very much, Tom. I appreciate you sending over your information and
Thank you.
answering the questions. Take
Have a
care.
good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Dario Damari. Oops, there he is. Can you hear us? Good. Thanks for joining us and sticking through it. I know we're a little behind here, but so I appreciate it. I'm going to pull up your application here. And just if you have been listening, we've just been starting off with if you want to give an introduction just to Don, or why you're interested in the role, any sort of specific skill sets that you think are a good match. I'll let you kick it off.
Okay. Well, I'm a licensed architect in Massachusetts. Have been for quite a while. I'm also licensed in 48 other states. I'm licensed in about 9 different countries and belong to a professional for New Jersey. Been in Northborough since 2006. My daughter went to Beasley and Milliken and graduated from Algonquin. With the town, decided maybe I'd finally give back a little bit. It's been a really nice place to raise a family. 20 years ago, I moved to Northborough. I moved to Northborough because my daughter went to Beasley and Milliken and graduated from Algonquin. With the town, decided maybe I'd finally give back a little bit. It's been a really nice place to raise a family. I do help out at the high school with theater, doing set design. It's kind of a fun thing for me. As far as work in Massachusetts, we've done, I don't know, I'd say $250 million worth of work here, some large stuff and some garage additions. It's all over the board. With respect to experience and knowing the codes, I certainly do that. Do know the codes. Have sat in front of hundreds of design review committees in Massachusetts and in other states. They're not as prevalent overseas. As far as, I guess, working here, to me, it would seem more like it would be fun than a job, which is why I was volunteering for this. I did get assigned to the Master Plan Implementation Committee, so I think that helps tie that together a little bit. Right now, I have a practice in Northborough. We're on top of what was the old Tavern in the Square. So I'm at 318 Main Street. About 7-8 years ago, I had a big office on Bartlett Street. It was actually in Marlborough, about a mile down the road from where we are now. And at that time, I had about 45 architects working under my direction. Now we're 10 here in this office. We did a lot of very complicated buildings for newspaper and media across the world and got recognized as the best in the world at that. And those facilities include a pretty diverse range of building types, from corporate headquarters to manufacturing, distribution, and a lot of commercial work. And that had us now doing a lot more local work because that market went away. So we went from 45 people down to 4. And now we're at 10 and staying pretty busy. We're doing some private schools in Massachusetts. We just finished and got a bunch of awards at the River School in Weston. Mm-hmm. We did 10-acre country day school in Wellesley and have just been awarded a commission to do 9 through 12 at Dana Hall in Wellesley, an all-girls school. We're finishing up a large senior center in Medway. It's about a $70 million project. It's on the Charles River and on Village Street, and a big piece of that was being contextual as far as our image off of Village Street. So everything there was, I call it New England-y, which isn't a word, but it kind of met what the town wanted. And that's a big deal, being contextual or not. It's not really my opinion or choice. I think it's really up to the client. If you're on a design review committee, it's up to the town. Find out what you guys want and try to implement that. We've done contemporary and we've renovated historic buildings, and it's really up to the client more than anything. I don't know, what else you guys want to know. As far as a designer, sounds crazy, but I never lost a design competition. And at one point in time when I worked for a firm with 3,000 people, at the age of 23, I was selected to design our own building for our Eastern District headquarters, which at that time was in New Jersey. So that was a big deal for me. But, and I think with working with people in committees, you guys had asked that question a couple times. We had a great experience here where we would do our own booth design, and we would set up at these big trade shows. And there was one point in time when we were working on a booth design, and one of the people in our office who I just want to go jump off a cliff, came up with a great idea, better than any of the architects, and it was the accountant. And that, as an architect, just kills you with your pride. But he had, and all of us, had to do laps after that because we got out designed by our accountant. But it really is, it doesn't matter whose opinion. If it's a good opinion, you accept it. I love when there's people involved, whether it's someone that's trying to build a house or a commercial building. If they don't know what they're doing, you listen to their concerns, you try to help them, guide them, get them to understand why you're doing what you're doing. And just I always say here, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, and try to use them proportionately when it comes to working with committees, because it's just, there's no bad ideas. You hear it, you listen to it, you process it. It just gives you a different perspective for looking at stuff. And I love that. I love that with the company too, with people from different companies or countries and cultures. The different perspectives are amazing on how they can help you with design. I don't know what else you want to know.
Well, do you want us to ask a few questions to make it easier for you?
Right ahead. I'm not really good at talking about me.
That's okay. All right, why don't we start if board members have questions?
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of questions. For Northborough, have you had a chance to look at the design review guidelines that we have in town?
Very, very briefly. So I really am not comfortable commenting on them, but very briefly.
Mm-hmm. If you had to sort of characterize your style of architecture or design or preference, would you say you have something like that? Traditional, classic?
I really, really don't. Probably my favorite style, which has nothing to do with the design review committee, would be a craftsman style, kind of a turn of the century style, but it's not New England per se. Well, it's turn of the century New England, but it's not capes and colonials. But contextualism is a big deal, and I'm all in favor of that. And I think if that's what the town wants, then that's what we should promote.
Mm-hmm.
So it's because a big part of that is, having worked all over the country, when we did a lot of the newspaper work, we did tons of research because they were such a vital part of the community that piece of them being part of the community, we would research whatever area they were from. In Bend, Oregon, every component of that building came from some of the mills in Bend. The curves came from the Deschutes River. The materials were materials that were indigenous to Bend. We used a lava rock to kind of celebrate the mountains. And that building spoke more to Bend than almost any other building in Bend. And we got a bunch of awards because of that.
Can I ask you what building that was? I've been to Bend.
It's the Bulletin.
Okay. Oh, the newspaper building?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I thought it might be the brewery, but.
Oh, but the breweries came after. And then we won a historical award in Fort Wayne, Indiana, because we tied the building into the old train station and took a lot of the vocabulary and the vernacular from the train station so that it would blend in with the historic part of Fort Wayne, and then won a bunch of historical awards because of that. But
nice.
In other cases, we do the New York Times, they wanted to be contemporary.
Yeah.
So if that's what the client wants, then that's where we did. And, there's a big plant in Queens that shows that as well. So I think doing contextual, you're not going to do some big contemporary thing here necessarily in Northborough, unless Northborough says, hey, we want to be Columbia, Indiana, and have signature architects do all our buildings and become a tourist destination. Mm-hmm. But if that's not what we want to do, then we don't do it. I would let that be. It doesn't look like that's what this town wants to be. So I think you know, my favorite style would be Craftsman, but it's not necessarily appropriate in certain spots in Northborough. But we do have a fair amount of Craftsman buildings, which in New England came around when people were doing cottages on the lakes. That's when a lot of that style hit New England.
Yep.
It's not 17 or 1800s, but it's turn of the century.
And,
Yeah,
and
it's not
what
one
would
of
you
these.
see as your role in the design review?
I think just helping improve, you know, the quality of the architecture and landscape within the community, just make it a better place to live.
Mhm.
In any way I can. It would start off with me doing a lot more listening than talking.
Okay, other questions, Millie?
That's it for me.
Okay, other questions? Michelle?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for replying, by the way.
Oh, no problem.
Just on your last comment, so you would say listening more and then helping to improve. What would you see as improvements through the design review that maybe aren't there now? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know, because I don't know enough about what we have, but I have sat in front of some design review committees where the comments were awful. They were kind of unsubstantiated. And, you know, we were told to make a building look like a run-on New England barn, which was fine. But then 10 minutes later, we were told to put skylights in it. And, you know, I scratch my head and say there's no such thing as skylights in a 150-year-old barn. And that's the part that gets difficult if it's not really tied together properly. So I would really want to know what the town wanted, if there's a way to get that, and whatever that is, I feel pretty comfortable, you know, helping bring that to fruition or maintaining what we're doing.
Yeah. So I think, so you were obviously talking about another situation, not in the town of Northborough, another design review committee, but not here.
Completely different. Yeah, in Massachusetts, but not Northborough.
Right. So I think what I think what the board, or I'm assuming the board would be looking for, is your expertise advice, because sometimes, you know, in design review, we don't really put pen to paper until the second or the third meeting, because you're getting this sort of rough draft idea and you're sort of forming it into something that you would know. I know that you said you did not review the design review committee, any of the standards yet. You haven't looked at the rules and regs or anything yet?
No.
No. Okay. So had you done that, you would sort of know, you know, basically as a architect, you would take them from that first meeting to the second meeting and then work with them to evolving, you know, some sort of, you know, piece of work that you, from your expert advice, because I think what the board looks to is you as the expert versus the town, right? Because you're going to come up with some design that you're going to present back to the town to see whether, or even the planning board to see whether it's acceptable. So we would really look to your advice a lot on that, because you're going to now be the expert in the field. So
I think that's fair. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
yeah. Have you done any work in Northborough that we would be able to drive by and say, oh, that was really beautiful work you did, or anything like that you could point out?
The only thing, boy, I'm trying to think. We did we did a little addition on a craftsman style house which I'm trying to think of the street. It was on. I just lost the name of it. It's off of Bartlett, just past the school.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Wickstead house. We put a garage on it.
Okay.
But it was a craftsman style garage.
Yep.
There's a lot of pictures of our work on our website, if you want to look at the website, but it'll be geared towards probably bigger projects than a lot of the stuff that's getting done in Northborough. You know, we just finished a senior living facility in Sharon, and now the state wants to try to adopt some of the things we put in the senior living facility, because a big part of what we did made their lives better by making it less institutional, but by bringing in some innovative and not expensive ways of just making them feel more at home. And that was a big deal with us, because I get real satisfaction in, you know, getting paid and making money, and at the same time helping people. And that one was awesome, because when you watch people use these things, and there's not a big institutional sign that says room 300, but they know to follow the handrail by putting their right hand on it to get back to their blue corridor, then it doesn't look like a hospital or a nursing home. It looks like home, and they really appreciate that. And when you see them using it, you're not talking down to them. And it hit,
15 years driving through that you say, gee, I really liked, you know, the way CVS came out, or I really liked the way this building came out?
Boy, that's a tough one. There's a lot of what we're doing here that I understand the effort, but I think some of the implementation seemed awkward. I'm trying to think of the grill on Main Street where you have to enter through the back of it.
Hillside.
Yeah, it's awkward for a community because, you know, sidewalks and that type of, I don't know if you guys are into, you know, front door and back door communities, but society for the last 20 years went back door. And what that did was you have a front porch, back porch community, and I'm very much in favor of front porch. And with that, you put the porch, I think the porch on my house bigger for that reason. But when you have a front porch society, you actually know your neighbors, and you can walk places, whether it's, you know, to the bank or the laundry or, you know, to get a cup of coffee. And then society went back porch where everything was in your backyard and people don't even know who lives next to them. And to me, getting a community together, you know, something like sidewalks being implemented where people can walk to these places as opposed to, you know, kind of playing homage to the automobile. I think the car hurt us a lot in how we develop towns. If you go into a place like the North End where you live above where you work, you can walk everywhere and it's vibrant, it's alive, and people know people and they help each other out. And that type of a community, when you enter from the back, doesn't really promote that, because a lot of people driving by don't even know that that's restaurant is there unless you see a sign. So it's not as inviting, and that's the stuff that's kind of, unless you really understand how people live and I'll say want to live, but sometimes don't recognize it. In New York City, New York, I lived in Jersey for a while, they all wanted their privacy, but yet they love their neighborhoods. And they do know each other. And I think promoting that interaction and trying to make the little park we did in Northborough was awesome, but it's got to connect to other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get the people to finally start walking the town, then the town is where everybody wants to be. And you'll see tons of those in New England, the nice little quaint towns, but they'll have a common, they'll have areas where people could, set up if you have some festival. Like I do like what we do here during the Apple Festival, because that little space by CVS is a great little spot for everybody to gather. And it's those little spots, can and should be made special, in my opinion, because it gives us a spot for everybody to get together and kind of be friends and meet each other. That's probably way more than you asked for.
Any other questions, Michelle? Did you have another one?
No, that's it for now. Thanks.
Okay. Amy, did you have a question?
Sure. I was going to ask what I asked Tom. Have you previously, or do you see yourself bringing clients before the board, the design review board?
It could certainly happen, but I think obviously you have to recuse yourself. I haven't done that here, but that's common sense, and I think just the right thing to do, whether it's legal or not. The conflict of interest just can't be.
Yeah.
Crazy
Okay.
transparent with that stuff.
I was on the master plan committee, and there were a lot of comments, and I'm sure you're on the master plan implementation committee. So if you haven't, you'll probably go and read the master plan. But there were a lot of comments about people living in Northborough, like the small town feel, the charm of Northborough. They want to keep it to feel a small community. And I think there was talk about, Tom had mentioned the regional, traditional New England design. Is that something you would like to see too, versus a modern look? And I think you've already got into it, but the way I look at Northborough, and it's just me, but the comments I read is that traditional New England seems to be what I hear in comments.
And I think that's what our town is. I think we don't have a whole lot of, I think, opportunities or reasons to go contemporary.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times that happens because an architect wants to put up a monument to themselves to get in the front of the magazines. But it can do a great disservice to a community that's trying to be just that, a small, quaint hometown. And I think, Northborough is it. I love the trails. We walk them all the time. And I'm a big guy, but I'm a big walker. I get my 10,000 steps in every day. And Northborough, some of the roads are a little tough to walk just because they're old New England farm roads. And those are pretty difficult to start throwing a sidewalk in. But I think Main Street and the public roads where you want the public to gather and make it like a New England town, we need to give them that access. And I see it happening. Even the building I'm at has a sidewalk in front of it, and then 2 buildings down it's missing, and the next one has a sidewalk. So I think we're trying to do that to make the community more walkable. But even cutting through Peaslee to come to Main Street, there's a nice little sidewalk hidden back there, which would be nice if it was a little bit nicer. But it's a great connection to Main Street from the school, and you don't even realize it's behind the oral surgeon's, Dr. Iwano's place, and it scrolls back onto Main Street, which is great. But then the sidewalks disappear.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big deal to be able to use that both health wise and develop a community wise. You'll if you've been to any really nice towns, that's one of the things that they'll have. I even helped in Oregon redo their design standards to get Bend to be a better town.
Okay, thank you. My last question was, I know design review right now meets usually around 8 or 9 in the morning. Will that be something you'd be able to do?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems like, and Michelle, you can chime in, but it seems like it goes in spurts. Like sometimes, you might not meet for 1 and 2 months, but then when an application is in front of you, you might meet 2 or 3 times in that 1 month.
That's our profession. It's very cyclical.
And it could change, but right now it seems like they meet around 8 in the morning. No problem. Okay. That was my last question.
Just a question for me about, are you familiar with design guidelines in general? So like you're comfortable with them and reading them, and that's part of what you do in general?
Yeah, whenever we sit in front of a town, I will read all the guidelines, redraw the building.
Okay.
And some of them are very exact, and some of them are more flexible. And I think I would agree with Tom Reardon with respect to we shouldn't be telling people exactly how to do stuff. I think the key word with guidelines are the word guide. Try to get them just to get rid of things, because sometimes if you get too rigid, you can reshoot yourself in the foot. And that's happened, on a project, a different project out west, where they had a big box store move in, this big Kmart move in, and then all of a sudden the design guidelines kick in because they didn't want another big box. And they said, okay, every building will have a slope roof, every building will have this, every building will, it was going to reflect the history of the community. And they went on and on and on, and I'm sitting there going, well, wait a minute, the reflection of the history of the community, this was an old Western town. They didn't have gables. The whole downtown had flat roofs. And what they really wanted was a more human scale. But the first thing that came to mind was a gable, but the gable was so non-contextual to the history of that community that it was kind of a silly way to implement what they really wanted, instead of kind of getting to the heart of it, where if we put in guidelines and say we want it to be a human scale or New England character, and you stop these big boxes, it's easy to do. And it's easy to do, especially with the developers who will look for, any little, we can do this and technically comply. When you start to do different, call it manipulations or articulation that goes in and out, so you don't have the big long wall, you can define those to say, hey, you got to go in and out at least 3 feet. So it's not a guy putting 3 layers of clapboard trying to make it look different when it really isn't, kind of skirting the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. So I think guidelines are much better as a guide than as hard numbers. He said 3-inch molding. I mean, that's crazy. If it's 3-inch molding and you're doing, a cape, that's not what they use. The Colonial does, so that type of thing.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions? Anthony, anything from you?
No, everything's been covered. We're already asked all my questions. So
Okay.
good.
Oh, and I just wanted more. And I'm sure this is probably coming back with, you're familiar with Mass General Law with all of your work that you've done throughout the state, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a quick question. Have you been able to watch any of the design review committee meetings?
Here in Northborough? No, I haven't watched them. I participated in 150 of them in New England, but not not here. I haven't watched them, no.
Okay.
Any last comments? Anything that you would like to ask, or?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for coming and talking and waiting so long, but you certainly provided a lot of information, so I appreciate that. And
No
thank
problem.
you for applying.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Okay, so for the board, do we want to stop and deliberate, or do we want to continue to get through the agenda, or we're just a little later than I anticipated? So does the board have any thoughts on what we want to do here? Keep going or stop and deliberate? Any thoughts? Is it one half dozen or the other, as they say?
you have a lot of people who've been waiting to get on, right? We've got
Yeah.
2 other applicants and Lisa, so in all fairness, we could probably stay on, but they probably don't want to.
Okay. Okay, does that sound okay to everybody? We'll just keep pushing forward. Okay. Okay, great. Next we have just a discussion regarding design review.
Hello there.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hello.
Good. Are you, so you can obviously hear us. Are you coming on video or no?
No, I've been at the beach.
Okay, that's okay. You don't have to come on video. I just wanted to make sure you weren't having any trouble. Okay, so to get us started, Lisa, as you know, we've had certain conversations or letters have come in about design review. We've had there was a social media post that sparked a conversation about what board members could say on social media versus not say. We had some input from members of the design review committee. We also had input from residents. We had input from, and then of course yourself, you sent a couple of different letters for us as well. Have all board members had a chance to review all the different materials and letters?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Lisa, you had sent certainly some information back in response to some of the feedback given by design review committee members. Outside of what you've submitted here, is there anything you want to add before maybe I open it up for the board members to just ask any questions or clarifications, or has this letter summarized where you stand at this point?
Well, I put a few things together just as an overview. Didn't know if it would be better to have you discuss and that I could say this or vice versa. But I think that's certainly your call.
Okay. Sure. I just wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to present or state any other information that you wanted to, or we can, if board members have specific questions, I could open it up to board members as well. Does that sound okay if we open it up to a couple, if there's any questions or clarifications?
Well, I think, part of this to begin with is pretty much a character discussion, not say. And I suppose that's, we know, and any viewers may not know some of the stuff that's gone on or been said, so it's kind of hard all in all with just discussions that are, an overview of discussion. But I think I'd rather respond because I don't know what you've assimilated from the information. So that's probably the better way to handle it.
Sure, no problem. Board members, do you have any questions or clarifying comments that you'd like to make based on all the materials that we've received at this point?
I guess I can start it off with some questions based on when things started to come in as either complaints or concerns. And I'm just curious as to reading over the letters and some of the comments is prior, I believe Ms. Maselli has been on the design review for close to 20 months, if that's correct. And I was just curious, as prior to the social media post, are there any records of complaints either by applicants or members of design review committee regarding Ms. Maselli's treatment of the applicants or co-members of design review? Have there been any complaints against Ms. Maselli by either applicants or co-members of the committee prior to this social media post? Does anybody have any information on that?
I did not receive any. I don't know if anyone else did. So it seemed to start with a social media post.
When I read some of the committee members' letters, did everybody read the design review committee members' letters? You received 3 of them?
Yep.
Did they all mention social media posts, or was it just something else?
I
Feeling
believe
about,
they all referred to.
you sure about that?
I'm not sure about Mr. Verone's, but I believe that 2 out of the 3 did. And
Well, we got 2 sets of letters, I believe.
Yeah.
We got the initial letters and then the response letters. And the initial letters were very much focused on the social media posts. The response letters were maybe not as much,
right.
not at all, but there are 2 batches of letters.
Yeah, and I was curious as to the first batch, if there, as I had been aware that I hadn't heard that there were any, but I wouldn't have known. I don't know if anybody had submitted anything to the town, or were you, Michelle, as chair, whether there had been any complaints?
Well, I think the complaints came from the letters of the other board members concerning the complaints.
Yeah, the complaints came from.
They seem to be an accumulation over several months. I mean, if you want, we could probably pick them up, but if you want to read them out loud, or I don't know if everyone had a chance to review it, but if you're asking me, did the other board members for design review, I believe they submitted, I got it in my packet.
Yeah, no, I got the letters. I'm just curious, they in the letters, they discuss, multiple incidences, and we got some references to those.
Yeah.
But at no point, it did not seem that there was any written complaint or any formal complaint or verbal complaint made prior to the social media post. It seemed like that seemed to instigate this.
So if you're saying that, did the social media post put it to a threshold where they put everything down? I guess you'd have to ask them. I mean,
okay.
If
there weren't any complaints prior to, or if there were made.
You could ask town staff, Kathy Joubert, had she received any complaints? I as a board member, as a chair, don't recall any that I've received in writing, other than the concerns from the all the other board members.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know of any, Kathy, that may or may not have come through?
No, everything that the town has received, you all have.
Okay.
So there's been several, emails of information that has gone, has been sent to you. There was a series of emails. I can go through, I have everything here, but
yeah,
you should
no.
have.
Okay. I know that there were complaints by residents as well as by board members, but none of them, I don't believe, pre-existed the social media post, as far as I could see.
Okay. Do you have other questions, Millie?
I will, but I want to give other people. I do, but I can wait.
Okay. Amy, do you have a question?
My only question is for Lisa. Lisa, do you know how long the social media post was up? Like, you posted something, which actually, as a board, I don't think the planning board is in charge of social media posts, but everything did seem to stem after a certain post. Do you know how long that was online for?
Well, the post that's been in question came from the Northbrook Community Group, a group of people. I don't know how many people actually were on this thread. It could have been 25 or 30 people. I made 2 remarks on the thread, not as a committee member, but as a personal remark to reply to someone else's personal remark. So there was nothing to do with anything of the committee. It was written on March 20th. Post started at 3:30 and it was taken down at 4, I believe. So it was up for less than an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Did we ever, and Kathy, I guess you already answered this by way of saying everything you've received, we received. So obviously the comment was in regards to one of the developers in town. Has the developer himself ever submitted a complaint to the town, or that we have any record of, or we literally have everything that came in?
You have everything that I have.
Okay.
Yep. So if somebody or, you know, or that particular individual, if they, you know, complained to somebody else and didn't CC me, you know, I wouldn't have it.
Okay, so in
But-
general, the board is not in receipt of a complaint from the developer, as a planning board anyway. I don't know if individuals are, but as a board, we are not in receipt of that. And was there there was not an open application at the time of in March, the end of March, there was no open application for this developer. Was everything already decided at the time, whatever application was going on?
Yes, from what I mean, I can look that date up for you as we're talking if you want, but yes, I believe that the design review committee had already, and I'm just flipping through my emails, I'm sorry. I believe that the design review committee had finished with the particular development that was who was commented about on social media.
Okay, and I've actually, you attached, I think, to one of your letters, the actual post, Lisa, and it didn't appear to be a comment about the application, any open application or project before the board that it appeared. That's the only comment we're looking at. Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I think there are two issues here, Carrie. The first is you're addressing a social media complaint. And the second one is you have 3 members of the design review committee who sent to the planning board letters of concern.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's 2 separate you need to address.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah, I do. On that, you know, letters from the members of the committee to address concerns. And maybe Ms. Maselli, you can talk about this, but apparently there was a letter to to Michelle as chair because you had concerns.
I had sent a letter to Michelle, yes, to talk with her about some of my concerns. Do you want the date on that? We must.
And this was prior, or?
Yes, this is well prior to a social media post, having nothing to do with that.
Okay,
post.
so you sent a letter to Michelle at the chair. I'm not sure when, but describing your concerns, can you give us a little bit of a detail on what the content of that letter was and what you were trying to accomplish by that?
Well, let me see if I can find it. I actually don't know that it's.
Because that letter is referred to in further notes or complaints from the 3 members as being a violation of the open meeting law, if I understand correctly.
There was a remark made of that, but with one person of a committee asking another person of a committee, or in this case, the chair looking for some response, there's no open meeting law violation. You have to have a quorum meeting outside of an open meeting so other people can hear what the conversation is. So that
right. I guess what I'm asking is you had written a letter to try to address some problems to the chair, and was that letter, how was that addressed, or was that resolved?
It was sent. It was a personal email sent to the chair.
Okay.
And there was no response from the chair other than the next meeting to say, do you want to read it? Do you want to discuss it? Or are you okay with it? And I said, no, I'm okay with it. I got my questions out, but that it was dropped. It wasn't really brought up again. And that was in November 16 of 2020.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand if that's what was referred to as a violation of the open meeting laws in the last 3 letters we got.
I believe that's the one they're referring to. But I don't know because they didn't specify what it was, so.
Okay.
Carrie, can I just make sure that, you know, as you're all talking about the various correspondence, that probably the most important piece is the email from town council that's dated May 18th. So just for everyone to keep that in mind, and that just you know, talks about the issue at hand, how the board should be, you know, reviewing that tonight. And then there's another letter or another email from town council that talked about that the member in question, Lisa Maselli, needs to recuse herself from now on for any matter relating to this developer.
I don't believe that's exactly what it said. If the developer requested it, is what it said.
So the April 12th, the types of comments and questions could be a basis for Mr. Shea to request the design review committee member, Ms. Sally, recuse herself from any of his future applications. And I would recommend that she recuse herself from such matters. So that's an option of a path to take. The other letter you mentioned, Kathy, did you bring that up? Do you think did something seem out of bounds to you? I'm not really sure which, is that the email about, hold on, the May 18th email? I just want to make sure I'm looking at it.
The May 18th was just about, you know, how to well, I shouldn't say just, but I mean, it was about how to proceed tonight, as far as, you know, whether you chose to do it in executive session or, you know, open session, and you chose to do it in open session. So, I mean, I just want to make sure everyone, you know, also has the information from town council as you're deliberating this.
Yeah, okay. I just want to take a quick look at it to make sure. Let's see.
That's the one, Carrie. It's dated May 18th.
There's a flurry of emails that day, Kathy.
Yeah.
Let's. Oh, yep. Thank you. Hold on a second. Oh no, that's not it. Let's see. It was May 18th?
May, yeah, I'm looking at when I printed them.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
Yeah.
so it was probably so on or around May 18th, so that it would have been sent to all of you.
And that was about just writing the letter of notification.
Yes, and about, you know, whether, you know, what the rights of the individual are and so forth.
Okay. Let me take a minute to look at that closely to make sure that we're honoring that.
The one that I think that you just referred to specifically, Carrie, was from June, the middle of June, when, you know, about the sending the letter to Ms. Maselli.
Okay. I do remember reading that, and I think we're still okay.
Can somebody put that up? I'm not quite sure which one that is at this point.
The May or the June?
The May one, please.
Do you have that, Carrie? Want me to
Yeah, do you
find
have
it?
it? I don't see it.
I mean, I have to look for it. So.
Okay. I don't know why I can't seem to pull that.
Hang on just 1 second.
I think it was just to make sure there was written notice. I'm not sure. I can't readily find it, but from what I recall, it was about written notice. Kathy, if you find it.
I have it.
Oh, okay.
Let's just see if this works. Um, Okay. So this is the May 18th.
We schedule a meeting. Okay.
Okay, if we had executive session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, that
Yep.
makes sense. Yep, thank
Okay.
you. Okay, great, thanks for bringing that up. Additional, Millie, you were asking questions. Did you have an additional question?
Yeah, I guess. If I can find, let me see, I wasn't quite prepared to ask them again. I'll have to think about it for a second.
That's okay. If you don't have additional questions, that's all right. I mean, we obviously have a lot of information. It's, if we want to start to just discuss it, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if anyone had any clarifying questions that they wanted to ask, or if we just wanted to, if there's no other questions, or if Lisa, if you don't want to add anything, we could certainly start to discuss the matter at hand.
Well, I mean, there probably should be a couple. First off, with that last remark about what was said from Dineski on recusal, it was a question of bias, which has not actually been established yet. And bias, of course, as you know, takes on a definition of being for or against something, not just, in this case, against something. So that was kind of the cart before the horse in giving that kind of a recommendation. We haven't decided what has gone on. There's been no decision made to sanction or to say that this really wasn't a big issue. So I think that was a little bit premature to be reading that. But I suppose the whole thing is that there are a lot of questions that came up starting with this social media post, which were really off the mark. First and foremost, at no time did I in any way behave in an unethical manner while being on the board or in doing any board work. No money changed hands regarding any decisions I've made while being a member of the Design Review Committee. No benefits or losses were occurred as a result of being a voting member for myself or for an applicant. No injury has been caused to any applicant that came before our committee as a result of any of my considerations. Second, there's no pattern of bias ever established as a result of my deliberation participation on the DRC. Again, bias is defined as feel cause or show inclination or prejudice for or against someone or something. I've made no statements of bias regarding any applicants who've been before me or scheduled. I can't say that necessarily for others. Also, it has been suggested and requested that I be removed from my DRC appointment because of my Facebook post made on this lengthy thread. There's no reference to my position as a DRC member in this remark. This out of context remarks no longer has presence on Facebook and cannot substantiate a claim of direct bias. Am I to understand that the First Amendment right of free speech is not available to me if I speak as merely a citizen? That would seem to be the case. Fellow committee members have written many negative personal opinions about me and used erroneous information to insist on my removal. Yet meeting minutes and videos coverage do not substantiate the claims. I believe that my character is coming into question without just cause, and I desire relief from the planning board who appointed me. This is my understanding that this discussion is why we were offered an executive session versus an open meeting on it. So that's pretty much what I have to say thus far.
Okay. Any further questions from anybody?
Did you just say you desired relief?
From that last remark of already being, it was already determined that I must recuse myself anytime this applicant comes before the board.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, I'm off. Yep, there we go. Millie had a question about an email that Lisa sent to me. And so she did email me a very extensive email. And as I would do as any chair, I forwarded it on to the other board members because it was not something for me to discuss offline with Lisa, which I did. And Lisa even said at this point, when we opened it up for discussion on design review, she opted not to discuss it. And we just said, okay, and moved on. That was her prerogative at that time.
Okay, just out of curiosity, I mean, I can't recall what the contents were, but it looked like she was addressing some issues that she felt existed within the within the character of the board.
No, it was pretty much, she went on, I'm reading it right now, talking about an application or concerns about the application, the driveway, the elevation, Mass General Law, a little bit about the ZBA. Yeah. It's not much about the other committee members. It was more about Mass General Law and what the ZBA had decided upon. And then about, I can't recall at this point, I'd have to go back and see because I'm reading it right now, whether this applicant or this address she was talking about was before us. I forwarded it on to the committee and asked, would you guys like to discuss this? Lisa opted not to, so we moved on.
Okay.
So I make sure that everyone understands clearly what happened and what the content of the letter was. It wasn't that and there's nowhere, I can read it to you, I'm sure she probably doesn't want me to, but there's nowhere in there does she complain about the committee.
Okay.
Maybe another committee, but not that committee.
Okay, so do you have an idea of what letter it was or what violated the OPA complaint that was brought?
All I'm saying for me, you asked me, did I receive the letter?
Yeah.
I received the email and I forwarded it on to the committee to ask if we could discuss at the next meeting. When we opened the meeting and we talked about the letter, Lisa asked not to, she didn't want to engage in the letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, on the letter that Mr. Reardon most recently wrote, and I don't know how, there was a complaint about the open meeting law violation based on a letter that you had received?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
So I don't know if his interpretation of this was a complaint. I mean, all I'm saying is you asked me, did I receive the letter?
Yep.
I said I did. I forwarded it on to the committee, as I think Carrie might receive a letter and forward it on to the planning board. It's procedurally what you do.
Yeah.
We asked Lisa at that time, would she like to discuss it in an open meeting environment? And she chose not to.
Okay.
I don't know, I can't speak for the other board members and their letters if they're saying this is the letter.
Okay, so has everybody received that letter from Mr. Reardon that discusses this?
Yeah. So it was part of the initial, one of the letters in the batches, yes.
it was the most recent one that I think that he wrote that basically gave the breakdown of when he felt there had been some unprofessional discourse, or for lack of better words, conduct unbecoming of a board member. And that I believe Mr. Varone, Dave Varone, and Diana Nicholas said that that echoed well.
Millie, are you, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I'm not clear on what you're asking, Millie. Are you looking for me to find something, or are you asking if Tom's letter went to all of you and it
Yeah, I'm asking, basically, I believe everybody got that letter, and I'm assuming everybody has read it. And I have some questions about what it's referring to. Am I off base on where I'm going with these questions?
No, it says, so I'm looking at the letter. It says a private email to the DRC chair discussing an application. This is a violation of the open meeting law.
And why is that?
I don't think it's specified.
I'm just curious as to, that's a pretty significant part of a complaint that didn't exist before on, charges or complaints made about Ms. Maselli, and this seemed to be brought forth later on, and I don't know that it is a legitimate suggestion. But yet everybody seemed, Mr. Varone and Diana Nicholas seemed to think that it was. So I don't know if I'm missing something. I'm just concerned that this letter that represents 3 people of the board has some information in it that may or may not be substantial.
Pull up the letter?
Yeah, if somebody can tell me why that would be construed as an open meeting law violation, I'm either not understanding what the complaint is. I don't think that's something I would take lightly.
In my opinion, I think if you send an email to the chair, it's not an open meeting law violation. It's when you send it out to a quorum.
Exactly. That's what I thought. And sending an email to one person on a committee should be okay. And that person should be able to respond back if they chose to. If they chose to bring it forth in a committee, that's fine. But I didn't see any substantiation for that charge, if you will. And if there was, why wasn't it brought forth as a formal complaint by anybody? It seems like there's a lot that's been coming up that seems to be problematical, but none of it was either made as a formal complaint or a letter or, nothing from an applicant. So other than the committee members, I don't have a lot to work with.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Sorry.
I definitely see your point, Millie. So I think the answer so far is that was the only piece of the letter that really described it. I can't see any subsequent information that speaks to that. However, obviously 3 committee members talking about it and agreeing to it is an open meeting law violation in and of itself. So it's
right
or there, but
okay. Oh boy.
Okay. Any other comments, or do board members have anything in terms of their thoughts on this in general?
Well, to me, it seems like the majority of the concerns started off the Facebook post. And it sounds like that post was up for half an hour. And what I could see is that it was forwarded by another member in the town, and it started a firestorm that really didn't come from Ms. Maselli, because I think it was the lead hour. I feel the design review committee has 5 seats, and one of them is the resident at large, which is a seat that Ms. Maselli holds. And it does not require a professional degree in architecture. So I did feel that some of the criticisms in the letters were extremely harsh towards a residential seat. And I would actually be concerned for any resident that took that seat, because I feel everybody's voice should be treated respectfully. And I did read them, and then I went back and I watched a lot of the meetings, and I have watched a lot of the meetings even before this. And I didn't see any comments coming from Ms. Maselli that were any different than what any of the other design review members would have. There were some specific comments at a specific meeting about a building in a specific district. And I heard board members make comments, but if Ms. Maselli made a similar comment, I would think she would be treated differently. I guess when I go back and watch it, I didn't see what they were saying in the letters. So to me, it seemed like a Facebook post but we're not the Facebook police. And when I watched the meetings, I didn't see anything derogatory. I guess that's a statement I wanted to make. And I could go on and on about answers to different parts of the letters, but we really don't have all night to do that. But overall, I didn't see anything that was doing anything harmful.
Other comments?
I think that, and I saw the post that came out on social media, which was taken down rather quickly. And I think it was inappropriate, and I think it was unfortunate. And I don't know if Ms. Maselli ever apologized to the developer or not. I think it would be a nice thing for her to do that. And I did appreciate that it came down. I think Lisa is a certain flavor. She's got her opinions, but she also does her homework. She's very dedicated and passionate about this town. And honestly, I would like somebody like that on almost any board who's not going to sit back and just let everything go by. She's going to question things. She's going to challenge things. And I think that's a good thing. I honestly think, and I'm going to be blunt, I think this has been a waste of time. This is, there's a lot of people functioning in this local government, a lot of people on the boards, committees, and staff. There's a lot of people who don't like each other. And you know what? We've got to work together. And that's just, frankly, this is what I think. And I think that a lot of the criticism from the board towards Lisa was about her acumen, about her ability to navigate architecture and not knowing the correct terms and things like that. And I think this was a resident at large position, and anybody else would likely be in that same role. So I'm hoping that if Lisa were to not be in that role, and was another resident at large, that the other members who are professionals would be more kind to those folks.
Other thoughts?
I mean, I did go back and watch a number of different meetings, and I did see at times that some comments that would have been made by Ms. Maselli might have been dismissed or disregarded, but yet only to, with an agreement that some of the comments she made had merit. So I did see at times there was an initial dismissal only to be revisited with merit afterwards. And I found that to be, she probably did have some interesting and questions to make. And I'm not sure the reaction at first would communicate that.
Okay, other thoughts? Michelle, anything from you?
Yep, so I do agree with the other board members that an apology to the developer will lie. I think if Lisa had apologized well before this, we wouldn't even be sitting here discussing this about a social media post, so that might be something for consideration. The second thing is I just wanted to clarify, because I reread the email. The reason that I forwarded that email to the board, as I talked about, Millie, to you, right, is that it specifically talks about an applicant who was before us. And she was going out and talking to me about how she disagreed with whatever was said at the meeting or disagreed with the ZBA findings or whatever, which I then gave an opportunity for her to bring it out and talk about at the meeting, which she chose not to.
Okay.
Amy Paretsky, who's the new Design Review Chair Committee person, asked all of the Design Review Committee members to go and look historically, what were your concerns? And I'm not sure whether this was part of their letters or concerns or not, but that might have been part of it, why they included it, right? So that may answer. I don't agree with Carrie that it was an open meeting violation. I'm just saying that was an instruction given by Amy to go back to these committee members to go back and look at areas that might have concerned them over the past year.
Okay, thank you.
You know, so with regards to that. You know, I have been on the design review chair. I chaired it for several years. You know, Lisa, I don't think was given any harder time than anybody else. I think my only objection, and I asked this of several other applicants that came before us here tonight, which is understanding the role on the committee. And if you, for some reason, you do not agree with a use variance that's been approved by the ZBA, then you need to let it go, right? It's the ZBA approved it. It's not under the design review standards, under the design review guidelines purview, right? So sometimes people can get on boards, and I know that they want to become vocal on certain things, but you got to let it go because that's a ZBA thing or that's a planning board thing. It's not necessarily, you know, a design review or an earthworks removal or an open space, right? It's, you have to understand, as even our attorney gave us guidance tonight, what is under the planning board. And so I would have to often explain that to Lisa. But I do think, and I agree, that we would not be here tonight discussing the social media had apology been given right afterwards. So maybe that would be something for moving forward and sort of smooth out some of the ruffled feathers that have happened over the past few months.
Okay, Millie, did you have a comment before I
I
comment?
was just curious as to whether or not there was any apology from Lisa, or did she feel that she had disturbed Mr. Shea, I believe it would be, or offended him?
Oh, Lisa, you can speak. Go ahead.
I did, in fact, write an apology well long ago. Within the week, I wrote on my own social media page, because all of this information that was being pumped out was on a page, a private page by a man who had put it together under the name of David Cooley. I was not privy to be able to write on that page. So the only way that I could send an apology, short of writing a direct letter, which I did pen and I have actually in my file, I did write on my media post, and I did it well in advance of this whole mess coming to the forefront. So I want to get that out there and let that be an answer to the question. That's been
I mean,
asked.
I think one thing is that the only person with standing, who would be the developer, never complained, was never the one that complained. It was a circle around that person. So, you know, just short of getting a complaint from the person impacted who has standing, I guess, you know, how do you reconcile that? Okay, just from my perspective, so just a couple of things. First, I think we need to kind of reset the expectations of the resident role. So I know when we first talked about this role, We added all these different things that we'd like to see the resident have just to keep them relevant in the conversation. But really, the intent of when we set is that you're a resident and you're there to voice, to look at it through the eyes of a resident and not be a professional or not understand architect terms or not like, it was just to be that person that represents the residents. Based on the feedback that we got from residents, because we also got, 8 letters come in from residents who commented that many were appalled that we were even discussing this because they were happy to have Lisa representing them. And she had done so much for them in their neighborhoods in the past. And they really vouched for that and were appreciative. If you wanted someone representing you, you'd want someone that wasn't always, unanimously voting. My other concern is that, similar to what's been said, is that if another resident sits in this spot, they're not going to be an expert either. So how do we, it can't be throwing someone into a snake pit. It has to be a good environment for people to work together. And, we're here serving the town of Northborough as volunteers. We spend our time doing this, our own time that we could be spending with family or friends or work, but we're here and we're committed. And I find it bothersome when with each other, just if you don't agree with everything or everybody, they're made out to be not a qualified person or demand to be removed because you don't always agree. From my perspective, the social media online bullying, quite frankly. I thought it was appalling from start to finish. And I don't even dignify it as something that I would want this board to have to weigh in on, or outside of maybe legally having to recuse herself if Mr. Shea asks. I don't think there's any other role for us to start dictating what somebody says on social media, short of any sort of legal obligation. So I personally don't think there's action here from my perspective. I watched all the videos. Well, I went back and watched the videos. I took time to go back and see, and, I made some similar observations to Millie. I think, sometimes as boards, we don't always agree and get along, and sometimes we maybe are sharp with each other, but, I think like Anthony said, we got to work together. It happens in life. It happens in our jobs. We don't always work with people we like, and we got to figure out a way to do it. So I personally have no idea of action that I would choose to take. I don't know if other board members have a specific action in mind, other than what's been suggested by town council. I personally do not. I don't know if there are any other thoughts on that.
I think it is important that we do carry ourselves with an element of respect and consideration, especially on social media. It can go both ways. Bias can be seen as something that you have towards or against somebody. But I do think that it is important that how we conduct ourselves in public should be representative of our commitment and to the town of Northborough.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other thoughts?
I agree with Attorney Dureski's comment that Lisa should recuse herself moving forward should this applicant come before the Design Review Committee. And if I recall, Lisa, did you just say that you only did the apology on social media? Is that where you did it?
That I did it on my own media post because I had no other way of getting that information out on social media. That's where the complaint came from. That's where the apology should go on to.
Yep.
However, when it says that if the applicant comes forward and requests that I recuse myself, and yes, it is my choice to do that, and I certainly would. but it is not a fait accompli. I did not do anything that has created an actual conflict of interest. This was social media, and it's been blown out of proportion.
I agree with that.
Okay. I don't see any further action other than trying to all carry on and do the best jobs that we can with the people we have. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts on this or if we can move on from this.
I guess my question is, your legal counsel has made a recommendation. Are you not going to consider that, or are you taking the vote on
What
it?
I said. If read the letter as how he wrote it, I have a copy of it. If the applicant comes forward and requests that I recuse myself, then I will recuse myself.
Yes, that is what it says. So
Okay.
I guess next time he comes before the board, we could, I don't know how we include that as part of process-wise. Maybe, Kathy, if he submits an application, is that something you could ask if that's his preference?
I mean, he'll know.
No, I would say that this should be part of the minutes that just stated that if the applicant comes forward and asks Ms. Maselli to recuse herself, that she has agreed to recuse herself whenever this applicant asks her to recuse herself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I would just end on a note that, Lisa, maybe this applicant did not see your social media posts, and it might be nice to drop them a note in the mail apologizing.
Thank you.
Okay. Lisa, any other comments from you on this?
I think it was just a much to do about nothing. I certainly don't like the fact that now I have some sort of shadow on my behavior and my duty to the town of Northborough as a board member. I think that it's unfortunate. I think a lot of this has been brought on just because of a political push back before the election happened. And it's more than unfortunate. I really feel as though my voice has been subdued for no real reason on a personal note, totally personal. And then just to bring back things. I mean, I'm looking at this letter and some things are said in a vague way and then get misinterpreted. And at no time, is a quote, yes, it is up to the ZBA for final determination of a special permit, but the design review board or committee is charged with giving the ZBA our recommendations. So at no time did I think that we should overshadow what the ZBA had decided. They had not decided anything yet. It wasn't that I was going against what they had to say.
Okay. All right. Well, despite all that's happened, I do thank you for your participation and volunteerism to the board and town. Whoops. And this was an unfortunate circumstance for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to switch you back to attending unless you have anything else. Nope. Okay, there we go. Okay, moving right along, we have a informal discussion with Damon Amato regarding 75 Ridge Road. So if you want to bring in Jim, if you're still with us there. Hi, Damon, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
There you are. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, and you are with?
This is my business partner, Ben Legary.
Okay, hi, Ben. So you are presenting informally a proposal for 75 Ridge Road. So we received some preliminary information from Kathy. Before we get started, I just want to make it clear that we are not, anything that we say is not any sort of promise of approval or denial or anything, or we'll try to provide information that's helpful to you to help you move forward, but more in a general term, maybe based on bylaws or just, general information to help you, but of no no real decision or vote will be taken.
Sure.
Yep. Okay, is this something you wanted to present?
Yes, and actually also on this meeting is our engineer, Scott Cameron.
Oh.
So in just a minute, I'll ask if we could potentially share his screen because he's got most of the important information to share.
Sure. Okay, there he is. Yep.
So, the 75 Ridge Road is a pretty unique property. If you've ever driven by it, you may have seen mostly woods, potentially the PT Cruiser that has a tree through it. It's quite an interesting site. We actually had it under agreement a few years ago. We tried our best to work through different zoning regulations and see what we could figure out the highest and best use would be for the property. However, because of the nature of what's going on there, there's currently, I think, 8 structures and evidence of what was a 9th structure that was there at one time. And there's debris and trash and, gas cans kind of all over the place. So it's a site that's going to take quite a tremendous cleanup just to get it back to zero before we could even do something like clear trees and find a roadway. So when we had it under agreement a few years ago, we were able to do some wetland engineering. So Scott was able to delineate the wetlands. We did an ORAD. We did some other test pits and some site planning. We thought we had a good idea of what we could be done with the site that would make some sense. However, at the time, the purchase price and what we thought we could do didn't seem to coincide. So we had to put it on the back burner. It went out of contract, and we recently got it back under contract. We have some ideas of what can be done there, but I guess based on Scott's knowledge and Ben's too, Ben actually has a master's degree in architecture. So we've got some success, some past history of doing this kind of thing. We've done things like open space residential development. We've done planned unit development, things like that. So we've done some zone change, some zoning amendments, some creative stuff to make something work that would be both good for the surrounding area, but for the town in general, especially for a site like this that really needs to be cleaned up. In preparation for this meeting tonight, we actually had an informal abutters, like a neighborhood meeting on Zoom last week. It was pretty well attended. I think we had 6 or 7 neighbors show up just to discuss and let them know what we were trying to do, what we were trying to accomplish, to see what their thoughts were too, because obviously, we want the neighbors to support us for what we're trying to accomplish. And we want them to really like what we're trying to do. And so I think that went pretty well. So that being said, we're actually in Ben's house right now, which is in a development that we permitted a few years ago in Newburyport. It's actually 15 houses on a total of about 2 acres. This was an OSRD plan. We actually had to donate about 80% of the total acreage back to the town as open space. And for that, you get density bonuses, and that's how we were able to get to the housing units that we came to. And it became a very, very lovely neighborhood. It's one of the most sought after neighborhoods now in Newburyport. So it ended up being really good for the community. Ben obviously liked it a lot because he moved here and built his own house. And so, for the same reason, I'm actually considering doing this same kind of thing here, where I might consider, trying to keep a lot so I could build my house in Northborough. I've lived in Northborough for, 27 years now, and I'd like to continue doing so. So, that being said, I'd like to, if we could, turn it over to Scott, because Scott's got our presentation. He can kind of take you through what we've done so far and what we're trying to do. And if we could try to really get some feedback from the board as to, we have some, some ideas, some pathways that we think could potentially make this a viable project. But of course, we'd like to hear from you guys what you think about it,
Sure, sounds great.
and how we can kind of proceed from there.
Good evening, everyone. Looks like I can share screen. I'll go ahead and do that. My name is Scott Cameron. I'm the owner of the Moore and Cameron Group. I've worked with Damon and Ben for a few years. And I'll try to be brief. I know it's late and you've had a big agenda tonight, but just walk you through briefly the property. Did my screen pop up here? You should see like an aerial image of the property.
Yep, I can see it.
Perfect. So this is Bartlett Pond. It's kind of a unique property where it's kind of a peninsula that comes out into the pond. Has water, around all sides. Ridge Road would be here on the frontage, and you can kind of see from this aerial kind of the structures and the debris and things around the property. That if you have driven by or been on it, and I don't know if I'd recommend walking through it. It's in kind of tough shape. We did do an ORAD plan. This was a survey. We conducted a full survey of the property. We did soil testing. This was a few years ago. Worked with the Conservation Commission and MIA on delineating the wetland resource around the property. So we established buffer zones, limits jurisdiction on that. And I also identified and highlighted the structures around the property. So there are several. They're all kind of smaller, single dwelling residences. They're all accessed from a single driveway, kind of a faux turnaround in the middle, and then access out to the various properties. You can see again, there's frontage on Ridge Road. There's about 600 feet of frontage, and the property is about 3 3/4 of an acre in size. It does show us 2 parcels. There's a line that separates it about this area. It's about a 3/4 acre parcel and a 3 acre parcel net. And that's the tract that Damon and Ben have under agreement. There's an existing dock on the pond. This is mostly submerged at this point. It's in a similar condition as the rest of the property. And I have just a bunch of photos from the properties to get a feel for the condition. And I'll flip through these quickly. This home was actually still a lot. A lot of these homes were still occupied when we were doing our survey. I don't know if there's anybody still residing there, but there was activity in the property. It's a tree that had fallen down over the corner of one of the homes. I think the propane tank stopped it.
Oh my God.
This one's kind of fallen down. Again, a tree took this out. A tree fell down on this. And this is pretty characteristic of the property, just dumping everywhere, various things.
Oh my God.
You can see kind of off to the pond. A lot of this is right on the edge of the water. And this is in the neighborhood. This is right there. There's also, the homes. Each home has its own cesspool. Their water supply that comes from, it looks like a line that goes directly into the pond. We did find one well. Obviously, cesspools on a property like this too are going to be in the water table. And again, a lot of them you can't see, and they're not covered too well. So that's why I caution, if you do ever want to see this, we'd be happy to meet you over there and walk you through it, as we have some familiarity.
Does Damon own the property at this point?
It's under contract.
Okay, that's what you're
We have this under agreement, Ben and I do. And of course, it is like all of our permitting projects, we don't close on it or actually purchase it until we can get a building permit for what we're trying to accomplish.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've had this under agreement for a couple of years.
Well, so we had it under agreement a few years ago, and then there was it fell out of agreement. It actually went under agreement with somebody else who couldn't figure out how to get anything done either. and we recently got it back under agreement about 2 months ago.
Okay, yeah, you said that. Yeah, sorry.
So this is the poor PT Cruiser. This tree fell down recently. When we first started, it didn't have a tree across it, but you can see this from the street. And again, this is just another angle of the property looking down. You can see more of the pond out back and the structure. And what I'll do is the next slide is going to be kind of a rendering of a Damon and Ben's vision. But going back, rewinding a couple years, as we're looking at through zoning and the wetlands bylaw and existing use with the 8 or 9 homes, we were kind of looking at, well, is there a possible path through a finding special permit? Is there, what can we do? Is there a subdivision path? We had met with Kathy and staff back at that point for an informal, just to get some feedback. And we looked at, there was a track with maybe several special permits, common driveway, duplex configuration to put six townhouse style condos set up in duplexes on 3 lots. There's enough area and frontage for that. This is in the area 2 and area 3 of the overlay district. So we considered that too. But ultimately the duplexes and what we're looking at, they weren't working out. We didn't think that was the right fit. And so what we ultimately kept coming back to was something to convert it to more of a single family development. And this is just an artist rendering. These homes are actually very similar to what Ben and Damon are sitting in now. And I do have a picture of that as well. I can show you. And just for texture, the trees are far smaller than what they actually are on the property. The artist wanted to make sure we could see the homes, but a lot of these trees are larger, 50, 60 foot mature, hardwoods and evergreens in the property. And the idea here is, kind of going back to, the kind of 6 units we're coming back to in the duplex configuration, 8 or so dwellings now. This seemed like a reasonable development footprint for this property, where we could preserve a lot of the vegetation, especially along the frontage of the property. We'd be able to preserve between 50 and 100 feet of the existing wooded frontage driveway in almost the same location as it is now, and get out and really in the areas that would need to be cleaned up, where you have trees growing through homes or next to homes and you have all this debris. That's all going to come at quite a sizable impact just to get the property cleaned up and try to situate the homes in areas around where all this active use was. And I guess the key tonight, and I think one of the things we were hoping to talk about is, what is the path forward to try and do this? And I think Damon and Ben had some ideas on that based on their similar successes in other communities. I will note too, as part of this, we did in our considering a public benefit in the form of parking and access to a new dock that should this ever come to fruition, the condominium would own and maintain, and there would be easements to give that direct waterfront access to the public. I think specifically the residents, the neighborhood, would be able to walk to it, nearby residents drive to it, and have that point where you could put in a canoe or a kayak or go fishing or whatever you want to do, and have that ability to access the water right here, because it is such an iconic property. We feel that would be a great benefit. Just to give you an example of the size, this is a better representation of the mass of the home that they're considering. I'm going to turn it over to Ben now, because he's the architect. He can talk to you a little bit more about the homes themselves.
Oh, yeah, so we're the developer we're in now, we did a couple years ago, very similar type of deal. It's actually the road that leads to the landfill. When we came to purchase it, one of the properties had about 20 rusted shipping containers. They rented out a portion of the property to a trucking facility. So every morning, Mack trucks would line up down the street at 5 a.m., let them idle and start. There was portion rented out to an excavation company. There was, you name it, and it was just a waitlist. And the land was on the market for many years, just like this, at a reasonable price in a good town like Newburyport. No one could figure it out. I mean, the cleanup was so massive. The mayor was very, she wanted it cleaned up. They had their own requests. They wanted the street repaved. We had a couple things working together. It all came down to, we figured out together with the town, what did you want? It's a 20-acre parcel, and it's always been an open field. It used to be a farm, and when you drive down Low Street, you can see the field. You have about a couple hundred yards of opening, and that was, they expressed to us, we wanted to keep that. So what we did is we worked together to create an overlay district, which allowed us to cluster the homes in one location, which you really can't see from the main road. We preserved 80, I think it was almost 85% all said and done of the open space. Every buildable lot along the main road, together to move them over in the side houses. And as you drive by today, you still preserve the view to the field. It looks the same as it always has. There is a small, nice development, which we also have worked with them about. We have a few different successful stories of these types of neighborhoods where it's front porches, creates a neighborhood feel. It's not your typical house where everybody's in their backyard. It's very engaged. Everybody in my neighborhood is, probably in their 30s to young 40s with kids. They all play together, kind of like, a typical neighborhood. And the good see, and then a public benefit. So in this neighborhood, we did work in a green space and a playground. So the existing neighborhood that's been plagued by shipping containers and Mack trucks and it was kind of a disaster for the neighbors that lived here. They now have a beautiful neighborhood with a public little playground. We have a green space. We have walking paths that access trails, but none of it was doable without kind of working with the town. So that's how we got there. This project went through with absolutely no neighborhood opposition. This day, there's no angry neighbors that I know of today. It was fully supported by every single meeting through the zone change, through the permitting process. So we kind of like to work hand in hand with what the town would like to see. We looked at this property as very, very similar. The cleanup tends to, we looked at it, got prices. It's almost another land price. I mean, to get this thing cleaned up correctly, it's almost like buying twice the land and trying to create a small development. So, that's where you start with what could be done there, a yield of potentially 6. A yield of 6 would probably be spread up along the street with individual driveways, which means more traffic because there's more driveways onto the main road. There's going to be the tree disturbance would be more up front because every driveway has to access a house. And it doesn't really go in line with the neighborhood character, and it does not create access to the site for the surrounding neighborhood. Part of the public benefit is the surrounding neighbors that maybe don't have access right now because it's unsafe. I mean, right now, the way it sits, there's a very good likelihood that, kids are going to start to, go on the property. There could be, there's definitely dangerous items everywhere. Who's going to inhabit it? Part of when we went to buy it, we actually were trying to track down tenants because, they actually have been inhabited, although it doesn't look like it. The one lady was living in one house. There was a guy renting out 3 of the other structures, but they're tough to trace down because utilities are not connected. There's no utility bills. That was kind of a path that we didn't really perform out. So we kind of like the public access and having it kind of like the detached houses allows for some of the single road coming in. The public benefit allows for some of the neighbors to access the site that they never have been able to before. They can access the pond, which, right now in that area there's not a connector. And we do like to work through the buffer and create that it's not a huge impact on the surrounding neighborhood. So, that stuff typically is not found directly in the zoning code, but potentially can somehow get there if it's worked hand in hand with the town of what they're desiring, what we would like to accomplish, and also what the neighborhood would like to see there. That's kind of where we've had a good success in the past coming to a completion.
I would say from the neighborhood meeting we had last week, the overriding concern everyone had was, when can you clean this place up? Because it's kind of a disaster. And just to speak to the character real quick from the other house that Scott showed and these houses, one thing that really kind of resonated with me when I went to the town meeting 2 years ago, and we first kind of unveiled the master plan, was to get more new construction for little a affordable houses. And you can't tell the square footage by these, but we're designing between 25 and 2,800 square foot houses, which, if you've been in Northborough a while, I think any new construction that goes up is probably 3,200 square feet to 4,000 square feet. And that's not typically what we do. If you Google myself or Ben, you can find our website pretty easily, and you can see the houses that we build. And we're more about style and efficiency than we are just about making the biggest box that we possibly can. And that's pretty important to us. And of course, as I said, it's going to be pretty important to me because I'm considering living there myself. So I want it to be pretty nice.
Our housing tends to lend to, most houses in Newburyport, where we build a lot. Almost every new development goes to ex-CEOs, older couples that have a lot of money. They build them big and they sell them big. Our neighborhood tends to go towards the, families, the 30s to 40s families that are affordable. They're not huge, they're not tiny, but they're a good family home. And we've had a lot of success with that. So, we kind of looked at the site in the neighborhood and we found like this is a good housing product that is needed, clean, de-leaded, safe housing for families, young families. And it's not overpowering the site, as best we can. We're not trying to overburden it, and, creating that buffer from the street. We're also trying to make it so that it's not too much more intense than what the structures are now. But we're also creating a use to the site that never was there before. We also made a conscious decision. We always like to put the public access in one area so that the surrounding neighborhood feels comfortable coming in. But if you try to squeeze it right in between houses or something like that, you feel like you're encroaching in someone's space. We put it in one area with a larger parking area with some green space around it, so that people actually feel comfortable walking in and using the dock and the access. So this is our vision. I think, the unit count would be about the same as the duplex. I think the product of this, it would far exceed the duplex product in the end, and would engage. This product allows for the public benefit as well, if we can, get there. So, we're kind of looking for comments of what the board thinks, what their ideas are.
Okay. Comments or questions from board members?
So it looks like there's 6 houses off this one driveway. Does that make it a subdivision? Is that what you're working with?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways we can get there. It would be a subdivision application, right, Scott? If we did an overlay or something.
Scott.
Oh, Scott, you're muted.
It would be a subdivision regardless.
Yeah.
You've got a common driveway.
Usually it's hand in hand. There would be a subdivision. So we just did a plan unit development that went hand in hand with a lot merger and a subdivision application right along with it. So yeah.
Yeah, we were one of the things here is, with the zoning, I don't, a full-on subdivision would be far bigger than this. The road, the cul-de-sac itself that you've seen is geometrically about the same size. When you factor in a full right-of-way and all those aspects, it really, the property becomes a big road. It really diminishes, from the intent of it and preserving open space and providing some of these public benefits. So I think one of the things we were, looking at, or in Dame, we're going toward other communities in the past on creating new tools in the zoning or subdivision control law to allow for the conversion of properties like this or other properties. If there are, I don't know if there's others in town, but the path forward under the conventional means was a little tricky here.
Are you saying that this is basically what you'd be doing is either 3 duplexes or 6 standalones, creating a common driveway? Are you saying that you don't want to adhere to the subdivision rules and you want to create new ones? Because they just approved one that had the same amount of units with the subdivision road standards. So I don't understand.
So the one we're in now, we did go through the
I'm
subdivision.
not talking about what you're in
Yeah,
now.
yes.
I'm talking
Well,
about,
properties that are a little bit smaller, I mean, if it's like an open space, or, you know, whatever avenue we decide to kind of work with you guys, there are some waivers where, you know, some of the roads come to like 23 instead of, you know, 24, 25 because it's a private. We would probably not be looking to get these adopted into the town. These would be private roads, private maintained for the smaller houses. So they're not shared driveways, but a lot of the smaller ones, they do have waivers that could potentially shrink down, you know, some dimensions. Just seeing that it's not a full subdivision road. They would be probably condo ownership, I would think, in the development. Again, it all comes to the tool that we end up developing together, and what criteria would be in that we probably develop together.
so Amelia, are you done? Because I do have a couple of questions, but I'll wait for you to finish.
Yeah, I guess maybe, again, at first blush, I'm not sure I understand whether or not it's, when they say developing tools together, is that, I'm assuming, special permits and waivers and getting creative with the utilization of land based on those elements,
Yeah.
whatever they be. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We've done multiple different, I mean, we've had stuff where, yeah, we've gotten special permits or waivers, and there's other avenues where we've taken overlay districts in other parts of town and adopted in them in different parts of town, and they've adjusted them too, to kind of, you know, what worked over there, you know, works over here, slightly adjusted for what we want in this location. So there's a couple different avenues we're thinking we could go get. We end up getting, you know, looking to get a superior product at the end of the day.
Michelle, Millie, do you have additional questions?
No, I think that allows me to wrap my head around what's being presented here.
Okay, Michelle, it sounds like you have questions.
Yeah, so currently what's allowed there is 2 single families, is that correct? Or 2 duplexes, according to the current zoning?
3 would be special permit. 2 singles, yes. I think we tried to do 3 single families, but the septic systems were too close. We couldn't find the space. So as of right, you could only do 2 single families. And of course, the problem is that the cleanup, not including the purchase of the property, would be too much of a burden. There's no way to make that work.
So as a planning board member, if it did come before, I'd want to see your cleanup cost, because I've worked with land that said needed to be cleaned up, and I'm not quite sure it's as high as you are projecting it'll be. So I'd be interested to find out why your numbers are so high. Secondly, so in other words, right here, you have 6 standalone single families, and so you would want, right now it's 2's allowed, and you'd want to triple it. So you're pretty much tripling the density for that area. Am I correct?
So the first avenue we went through, though, we're in a unique situation where there was, you know, I think 8 to 9 cottages that could not trace down because of the utility tracks. You know, trying to track down proof of owner, you know, of usability. So we understand how that works, you know, but we're kind of in a weird tough situation where the first track was to try to do an expansion of a non-conforming use, potentially to go from, you know, 8 or 9, you know, smaller homes to maybe 6 larger homes. But it's tough to trace down guys that, you know, live without electricity, stuff like that.
So based on the history of the property, it's actually less intense use.
Yeah, from what it was being used before, you know, and the tough part is when a use goes away, you know, the burden of that use is still there, technically. I mean, all the structures and all of the debris that comes along with it is still there. So we're trying to find like a middle ground of what was there versus what it's going to take to get it done right. And then, you know, to the by right. You know, there's a by right, there's special permits, and then there was what was there. And this is kind of what the the middle ground falls. And we've done these projects enough where, what happens is if there's not enough to get it done, this is why you see some of the larger homes with the very, very low end finishes. It's because there's just it's a stretch, it's a skimp, there's cut corners everywhere, and that's not typically what we do. So we try to, find an avenue together that it can be a nice community at the end.
So just to clarify before, so for the question is it's 2 single families now, but you'd be tripling it to 6 single families. Or you believe that you have the allowed to do 3 duplexes, correct?
A special permit.
The special permit, okay. Okay, and then, all right, I understand that. So I don't think any of the other board members have been on the board where an overlay was done, where there have been from members. As members of planning board, they've never been part of an overlay, which I have. What do you foresee this as an overlay? It seems like it's an overlay just for you. And I'm not quite sure the board wants to get into doing overlays just for a specific developer, doing a specific project. So how would an overlay for this?
So there are land surrounding the pond even further than this that would apply to a very similar situation. I know of one. We haven't sat down and dictated our overall map yet, but typically what we do is try to identify properties surrounding that would benefit from this type of overlay. And I did see directly across from a pretty large parcel that's kind of a peninsula, very similar. And we'd have to kind of work together to see what area could benefit from an overlay from however it gets designed,
So why wouldn't you just build out a subdivision?
Just meeting minimums, Scott.
I think it gets really messy with variances, waivers, all of which, if that's the suggestion, recommendation, it's something we could certainly pursue. I think, and obviously this is the first time you're seeing this, and I think there's, we've been looking at this for a few years, so what's in our heads and Damon and Bed's heads are not there in yours. We always try to go that conventional path, but I think this is a very unique property, and I think overlay is one zoning tool. There are also a lot of other zoning tools, newer tools that even for Massachusetts, we're only seeing in a few different towns and communities in the region. And I think reading through some of the master plan, what I'm seeing in there is I think there's a lot of focus on the downtown there, but we're looking to initiate a conversation in this, and I think I fully understand you need time to digest and think about it too. And we're happy, we have a little bit of time to think about this and get it right. And I think that's an important message too, is this, this isn't a typical thing where we're trying to get this done as fast as possible because of a contractor, and we have some time, we have some flexibility. We know it's a tricky property. So I just want to get that out.
So I think it would probably be helpful to the other board members, including like the other boards that you'll have to go before, like what would an overlay look like? Why do you think it would benefit the community for the overlay? Not necessarily what good worked for this town, but the town that you're in, and I understand this environment around here. So I think that's important. Because of the density, there's so much high density than what's allowed there now. You might, would you guys consider, I think that's nice that you have access to the pond, but before we've often asked about affordable housing, would you consider one of your units to be affordable?
We might, so we've kind of calculated, a cost of purchase and cleanup, this number, but we might consider, I don't know, Scott, if we have, the area, if that area, we could add a smaller, maybe an affordable unit. We did add 1 or 2 in this neighborhood that we're in right now. It was an add-on. affordables tend to, especially single families, you tend to not only not make money on that one, you also end up losing money. So it takes out almost two when we end up doing an affordable. It's because right now the cost of constructions are through the roof, and you don't even come close to touching the cost of just that. So I mean, there's a potential if we could potentially off to the left, maybe add a smaller affordable home. That could outweigh, basically then we're losing two, and maybe five would be for the actual cost. We would definitely consider. We're definitely open to considerations like that. We did talk about that prior.
Yeah, let's look at it, Ben. Yeah, we'll look at it.
I think you're going to, for the density, you're going to hear from many boards something to have to give back. I think it's nice that you've made a dock to access it, but I'm sure, I don't know how this board feels, but I'm sure other boards would, specifically the ZBA, might be asking for something a little bit more substantial. Usually they'll ask for affordable housing or something else, but I think you've got to work out the density issue. What does an overlay look like? Why aren't you doing a subdivision? And then really explaining out your costs.
So are you saying you're recommending an affordable house in lieu of the public dock?
No, I'm asking you to entertain all options.
Oh, sure.
Because you're getting 3 times the density that's allowed there.
Yeah, no, we can take a second shot at, this, like you said, this is like a starter for us. I mean, we obviously base things on, cost. Of course, we would wish, the land was low or free, but, this is where we break from that. But we did the same adaptation, the neighborhood we're in now had multiple iterations for it. It's not at all. So yeah, we'll take a look at looking into that.
Anthony, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand.
Oh, I was just gonna. So, and I'm sorry if I missed this. Do you guys have you perked this yet? Are you able? Do you have septics? You can get septics in that'll work.
Yeah, 100%. It's sand and gravel. Water table is coincident with the water level of the pond.
Is it a shared septic, or is it are you doing individuals?
In this configuration, we do a common septic system, and under a cluster and OSRD type development, even if it ended up being something with separate lots, you could still do that on a common system. And then you're insured of a higher level of maintenance and care for that system.
And then just one comment on. I love the idea of this public dock, but I do think you would have you could create such a level of conflict between people coming in and out of there, with the neighbors and parking in people's front yards or parking lots or driveways or whatever. And late night activity. That road, although it's a quiet road, it's not really that quiet. It's kind of a cut through between Lyman and Main Street, so it does get a bit of traffic. And so I think you could invite quite a bit of people into that property that the residents probably wouldn't welcome.
It's funny because the neighborhood we're in right now that we put the playground in, we had similar comments about like how many people are coming there. And actually we had a comment like that where they love the dock but how many people are there. And what we ended up doing in the neighborhood now is we ended up I proposed, I think it was like 6 spaces because I thought, let people come. And we ended up squeezing down to 3 spaces and doing like a bike rack so that it's more intimate neighborhood access rather than traveling from all around town to get there. And when we did mention that in the neighborhood meeting, and people seem to like that idea, is limiting the drivable and kind of making it a little bit more accessible for the surrounding,
I mean, so my and this is just my opinion. I would say do away with the public dock and spread the houses out.
Okay.
But I'm only speaking for myself.
Yeah, whatever the consensus. I mean, obviously you kind of look to see what you think everybody would like, and sometimes it's different than what you originally thought. So that's part of the process. So
just a couple of questions from me. So currently as presented, obviously do you fit into our current bylaws in any creative way, or?
I mean, we have the special permit access for duplexes, which creates a density. The Our original plan was an expansion of a non-conforming use because we do have 8 or 9 cottages and we tried chasing down the occupants. It got messy. You know, there was a painter who rented out 3 different structures. I don't know who he had living in them or what he was using. There's no utilities, so tracing down utility bills. The owner was in the house off to the right for sure. I think she's the owner, or associate, you know, a family member. It is like, you know, that use is there, the buildings are there, and they have been occupied. It's kind of like, are they still active? Are they gone? Our original was an expansion of a non-conforming use from 8 or 9 structures down to 6, and going from cesspools that don't really conform and kick into the lake and going to a centralized conforming septic. That was the original path, I think, that we saw. But we had success with the overlay district before, you know, so we're kind of opening up options.
Okay, and so the current OSRD, obviously there are a couple of problems with fitting into that with the number of lots, and it's actually the wrong, it's RA or RB, and this is RC, I think, right?
RC. Yep.
So really we'd be looking at some possible bylaw changes if we wanted to be creative with zoning tools. That's what we're talking about then.
Yeah, changes or new tools altogether that might give the board and or town meeting ability to help transition some of these properties.
Yeah.
I know every town's got a bunch of them.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to understand. I was just, I want to be clear. I think, Michelle, you're asking a little bit about this too. What we currently can work with, or what we need to create or edit if we wanted to, amend if we wanted to move forward, which obviously puts us in town meeting time frame. So if we're looking at, town meeting as a place where the bylaws would be changed or updated, how does that work for what you're doing in general, timing wise?
I mean, if it's a pathway we have to take, then it's something we certainly are willing to handle if that's going to be the most, the highest percentage of success for us to make it happen.
Yeah. Usually if we're going into town meeting, we like to heavily have input from everybody we possibly can. And if that's the pathway that seems the highest, consensus is the way we should, then, we're open to that. Yeah. So,
I mean, we do want to give ourselves plenty of time anyway for plenty of comments and modifications, not only from the planning board, from other boards, from the neighborhood, so that we really were most interested in getting it right.
Got it. Okay. I guess, Kathy, from a zoning perspective and your experience, what does this have a path without zoning amendments?
Unless they went the standard subdivision route where, the road would create the additional frontage so that they could get the houses in, it would need some sort of zoning that doesn't exist right now in Northborough. I would think, and I'm sure Damon and Ben and Scott have worked with this before, one of the things that should be part of a overlay district is, needing to show you a standard subdivision plan and why that doesn't work and why the overlay would need to be applied. And that's just very standard. We have that in our existing bylaw. But as you mentioned, it's for other districts in town. And again, with if an overlay district is going to be proposed, we're right on schedule, actually. I mean, for, to be talking about this, if the board wants to consider this, is, talking about it this summer and finalizing, language over the fall for a Springtown meeting.
Okay. So I want to wrap this up a little bit. We're not going to, obviously we're not giving a decision tonight, but just to give you a sense of where board members are leaning or thoughts in general about the approach, not necessarily necessarily giving you a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but thoughts in general about this approach and what this board is willing to do or work with. Thoughts, just quick thoughts on that. Is this something that, we want to figure out a way to get creative, or how do the board members feel?
I don't know if you can see me, Carrie. I raised my hand a couple times.
No,
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
I was
Did you
just actually, and I won't go on, but I went to a class on the OSRD, and I'd be willing to look at it, and I could share all the information I had. I shared it once a long time ago, but it did talk about the shared septics and, CRs for the shared space. So I could share that with everybody.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Right. Just a quick question to Damon or you guys here. If there was a better price on this property, would it make it easier to do different things?
Oh, sure. But, we've done about as much negotiating as the seller, I think, is willing to do, and they are about as stuck on their price as someone would be stuck on their price.
Sometimes where they had what they used to have and they are selling it, there's a tough transaction of like, well, it's still there. We had these cottages. I rented it a few years ago to, telling them, oh no, you have to drop to a single family price minus the cleanup. That's the struggle that you get in with these types of properties.
Right. So in other words, including the cleanup, if we only be able to do 2 single families as by right, the property is essentially worthless.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just feel as though, while I think it would be awesome to clean this up, I feel as though the current owners are putting the burden on somebody else to take care of it. And I don't know, maybe if the market bear, if the selling price would be what the market would bear, then maybe that would make things more easy.
It's a factor of everything. There's a total factor of, not only the cleanup, there's engineering processes. Some of these subdivisions can take, over 6 figures to get through to the end, to get to the cleanup. Before you start, the price you're invested is so high. We've just found a decent success. And it's funny because we did one OSRD on one side of the street, and then the other side was like almost a worse disaster than this side. And the first one, took us a while, 2 years. And then the second one was like, once we had the track record, the town was so happy to start picking off another very, very troubling property for the city. Like, so unbelievable. It was much worse than this one. They already had the mechanism. So it was like, we got this one done. It was a headache. It took us 2 years. Then the next one got cleaned up within 6 months of coming on the market. We got it through. Everyone supported it. And we actually, on that one, we actually had a duplex yield plan. So it's a very comparable. We yielded out with duplexes that actually requires a special permit in Newburyport. So it wasn't like a by right, thing. It was very similar. We did duplex lots that required a special permit to get the yield. And then we actually added one extra for the density bonus for the playground, so the public benefit. But it went so well that, I think the town was psyched that if you do it right once, you now have that tool. If you've come up with another problem project, you can kind of like work it through together. What do you guys want to see? What are we willing to do? And you just get it done. It worked out really well. So.
And just to cleanup, as actually earlier tonight, Fred Litchfield said that the town cannot, basically take over private property to improve it. So it's either up to the seller or it's up to a buyer to make this property what it should and could be. And so it does take someone like us to be creative and figure out how to make it financially viable to actually work and actually get it cleaned up.
Yeah, but in the end, you got 6 houses on lakefront property, which is not affordable, not in town. He's going to easily run over $1 million. You're going to profit substantially from it. So I understand what you're saying, that you're gonna have costs up front, but you're gonna make the profit at the end. So I think what you need to do is you have to prove to, at least in my end, why this can't be a subdivision. And that's part of your process when you're coming through with an overlay district. You have to prove why it can't be a subdivision. So that's probably your starting point right there.
Okay.
And
Because that's part of the process for an overlay.
And are you open to, should that be the case, as you're open to?
Yeah, we've done that before. She's basically, showing a yield plan for what a subdivision would look like, and then go from there.
Oh, no, sorry, I meant Michelle, are you open to? Should that be the case, are you open to pursuing different tools?
Yeah, so I think the questions that most residents would ask is, why aren't we doing a subdivision here?
Yeah.
That's what, probably should be happening. That I understand they want to do a creative route because maybe it's less costly or whatever. So I think you need to be able to have all that data before you to make a thorough decision.
Okay. Millie, is that something, just to help inform Damon and Bill and Scott, is that something you'd be interested in hearing out?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a question that needs to be answered. And if another person were to come before us and want a special type of overlay for their property, we'd have to have the right precedent set so that we could answer that question as well.
Okay.
Another thing I can put up, just to keep in mind, some of these overlay districts, the benefit for the town is there are things the town can get through an overlay district that can't be gotten through a traditional subdivision. There's a give and take. The traditional subdivision is we meet our standards, we do our thing. These are much different. It's a give and take. The town gets some things and we get some things, and sometimes we've given stuff that are completely unrelated to the project, but it's part of the process. That's kind of where these kind of benefit.
Got it. Anthony, what's your stance?
Sorry. No, I think, some of the comments I made, I think it needs tweaking. I like the idea of this. I think they're more reasonable, smaller homes. They would be in the current market extremely expensive regardless. But it's a troublesome property, and it would be good to get it cleaned up in some manner. But I do understand where I agree with Michelle on this one, where if we could kind of stick to the rules, it would be a lot better.
Yeah. And then from my perspective, I think it's really great to come forward with an idea about a troubled property in town. I'm glad that you did. And, I'm open to figuring out how we can, make something like this work, assuming it benefits the town and fits within our bylaws and all of that. I do actually like the dock. I think Anthony didn't care for the dock. I like that feature of it. I think that's good. And I like Michelle mentioned the affordable component. I actually thought Michelle meant, could you make one of the current structures, one of the current houses affordable, not add one? I don't know. Did you mean that, Michelle, or do you mean add?
I did.
Yeah. So and the struggle. So what we kind of got to look at is, because I know 4 houses, it won't cost benefit for the infrastructure, the permitting cost, the land cost, the cleanup cost. And the problem with just doing one affordable is you lose so much money on that one affordable that it actually knocks out the profit on the second one. You're really left with 4. So sometimes what we do is we play with the house sizes, where maybe you don't keep them all the same size. Maybe a couple of them get a little smaller. You add one, but one's affordable and a couple get a little smaller. So the intensity, comes around the same. But we've done the cost analysis. I mean, it's like 5 is close. I mean, there's definitely going to be some impact to finishes and stuff like that. 4, I know is, we'll say, yeah, but we do this playing around, changing sizes of houses, configurations. We're definitely open to researching what it takes to get an affordable in there, if that's one of the questions, that everybody seems to want.
Okay. All right. Does this give you enough information? It sounds like most board members are open to continuing the conversation. And does that help you inform you a little bit?
Yeah.
I think we've giving you guys a lot to digest and think over. So perhaps what we can do now is at Michelle's suggestion, work on what a subdivision would look like and potentially come back and show you guys what that kind of view is, and then kind of go from there.
Okay.
And for me, I mean, that would just be a sketch, right? Or are you doing full engineered?
No.
No, just,
Yeah.
You're not gonna pay anything for that, I think.
I mean, I like Scott a lot, but I can't pay all of his bills.
All right. Okay, great. Well, thank you. And I guess at that point, you'll just be back in touch if you have something to present through Kathy, and we'll see you again. All right.
Great.
All right.
Thanks so much, everyone. Appreciate you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Carrie,
Oh, yeah.
can I just, not for, given that it's 10:30, and so I just, don't see how you possibly are going to get through 3 decisions tonight.
Mhm.
So I mean, and you have to get through 1 because it has to be filed tomorrow.
Yep.
What I'm wondering is, not that any of us want another meeting, but I'm wondering if people want to schedule a meeting for next Tuesday there's no groundwater meeting next Tuesday, so I know that Tuesday night is open. As far as, having the groundwater member present. And also, we lose closed captioning after, I can't remember if it's after 3 or 4 hours, but we've lost the closed captioning that the board secretary uses for the minutes. And again, I don't know how much, longer people have it in them, but I'm just offering a suggestion about at least taking 2 of those decisions off and looking at another meeting.
How does everybody feel about that?
Fine with me.
Do
I
a
don't
quick,
think we have much of a choice.
does that work for everybody to do a quick, I can't imagine it'd take more than an hour.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do 425 and 1 Lyman next Tuesday, but cover 0 Bartlett tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And then obviously minutes as well. Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that
We're
resolved.
going on vacation after tonight, but that's okay.
Oh, I thought it was the week after.
No.
Sorry.
I am personally. I just thought we had a planning board vacation. I'm just teasing. Okay.
Oh.
All right. So let's we'll do that, and then let's bring in Aaron Hutchins for 91 Brigham Street. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for sticking with us.
Hi, guys. Can you see me? No, you can't see me
What's
yet.
your picture?
There we go.
There you are. Yep, we see you.
Well, so do you want to push me off?
No, you've stayed all this time.
That's okay. That's okay.
Unless you want to be.
If you
If you're
guys
still
want to
up
get
for
to
it.
your decision, I can wait another week.
No, you waited all this time. If you're still up for it, why don't you start to present?
Okay. All right, and we'll save the formalities. I know this is just advice or, whatever, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Stand by. So this is an aerial view of my property. This is my house down here. This is 91 Brigham Street in town. I have 4.7 acres of land that I sit on, which is all of this back here. I'll stop sharing this one. I'll bring up this one. This is the map, 4.71 acres. So my purpose in coming before the board today is because according to the current bylaws in town, and by the way, I'm in RC as well as the previous individuals. So according to the bylaws in town, and I'm referring to 7630 supplemental regulations and table 2, table of density and dimensional regulations. properties in RC have to have a minimum of 100 feet of frontage and 20,000 square feet, which is a little less than a half an acre. Or if they have 50 feet of frontage, then they have to have 170,000 square feet. So what that translates into for my property, let me stop sharing this screen here and bring up another one. What that translates to for my property is, if I put one house in the woods behind my house, then the house behind me would own everything back here, and my house would be limited to, you know, this less than an acre, half an acre, whatever up front, which I find outrageous. I'm trying to understand the history of the bylaws in terms of why the frontages have been apportioned the way that they are currently. So right now my frontage, my total frontage is like 196 feet. If I negotiated another 4 feet with a neighbor, I could put a house on a half acre all the way in the back and keep 3.9 acres for myself. But I'd still lose half of my front yard as indicated by this, dotted line, this rough dotted line. And so I looked up the history of the bylaws. I attended another meeting and I heard Amy talk about how she had bylaws from the 50s and 60s, and I contacted her about it to find out where she got them. She got them from the clerk. I contacted the clerk. In terms of the existing bylaws, in terms of lot size, it doesn't seem to indicate any particular rationale for it. I mean, one can intuit that it's maybe designed to prevent overdevelopment in a town. There's certainly other uses that I could make with my property. Let me stop this share and just see faces. There's certainly other uses I could make with my property. I mean, I could carve an ATV track on the 4 acres in the back and ride an ATV, and I'm sure my neighbors would be less than thrilled about that. And I'm not trying to upset my neighbors with this discussion. But, I'm a father of 3 girls. In an ideal world, if I wanted to build a house for each of my 3 girls, I couldn't do it with the way the current bylaws are written, even though I have almost 5 acres of land in this town. So my purpose in coming before you is to discern whether or not the board would entertain some changes to bylaws relative to frontage requirements, lot size requirements, and how those interplay. Because as I indicated at the outset, I think that it's outrageous that I trade 50 feet of frontage for almost 4 acres of land. That makes no sense to me. And the other thing that I am bringing to the board's attention is I don't understand why, like if I do a common driveway, I still have to give up 100 feet of frontage. Why do I need to give up 100 feet of frontage just to put a driveway in? The driveway belongs to, the other house or whatever. But why do I have to lose 100 feet for that driveway if the house is, 3 acres behind me? So I just don't understand the logic behind some of the lot and frontage associations. I think that the numbers are arbitrary and capricious, to use legal terms. I don't know if town council is still on board with the meeting, but these bylaws, I think the town's first set of bylaws were, let's see, the earliest ones I saw was 1955. So, I'm sure it was just a copy and paste from whoever was existing at the time. And it served the town well. I'm not saying that the town hasn't benefited in terms of maybe population control or housing control. But ideally, what I'm trying to do with my property is I'd like ideally to put a shared driveway up the right side of my property and put 2 or 3 houses off the shared driveway. That's ideally what I'd like to do. But to get to that point, the way the current bylaws are, would require all kinds of hoops and unnecessary ones, I think. And the frontage that I would have to give up, I think, is egregious. So I'm trying to understand from this body whether or not, and by the way, thank you for allowing me to have this informal discussion with you, because you obviously are the body that would, be the pertinent one for bylaw discussions. I just appreciate the fact that I can have this discussion informally. So anyway, I'm trying to understand from the body whether or not there's any interest in interest in looking at a bylaw change for frontage and lot size associations in RC.
Okay, Kathy, do you happen to know any history or anything off the top of your head over how the numbers came to be at all, or?
Well, I can just give you, general information. I don't know, 1954 is when zoning was adopted in this town. I don't know specifically, Aaron, I have all the bylaws dating back to 54. So if you're looking for a specific year, just let me know. But so I don't know specifically when lot sizes came into being, whether it was in 54 or a few years later. But I mean, typically for any town in Massachusetts, you look at where you want population concentrated, you look at topography, you look at soil type. All of that goes into determining what kind of lot sizes. Some towns that have absolutely no sewer capacity, no town sewer available at all, will just have one lot size for residential zones. In our particular town, we have, at least 4 strictly residential zones that all have different zoning regulations. Obviously, we all need to live by rules and regulations, and it's fair that everyone is abiding by the same set of regulations. So at the time, when the town, I can only surmise this based on how I know zoning is created in communities, but obviously none of us were here when this was done in Northborough. But again, you look at right around the downtown, you typically look at that would be maybe where your most dense population would be, or where you would want to see density. And also in the center of towns, you typically have town services available. Water isn't so important as town sewer is. And then in Northborough, as you go north, the lot sizes get larger because of the types of soil. And so larger lot sizes are needed to support septic systems. And there's, no chance of, town sewer ever expanding to the northern part of town. So that's where you have your RB districts and your RA districts. The majority of the southern part of town is the residential C district. And that's the 100 feet of frontage, 20,000 square feet. So that's very liberal. A lot of towns have more than 20,000 square feet. A lot of towns require an acre or more. But again, most of it has to do with the soil types and whether sewer is available or not. Most of the RC district in town is on sewer. It's within the sewer district. So that's where you have your more dense development. I know Aaron doesn't think that that's dense development, but, compared to the other zoning districts in town, 100 feet of frontage, 20,000 square feet, which is, less than half of an acre, is pretty dense. Then many years ago, the town developed what, it's not called this in the bylaw, but we call it pork chop lots or flag lots. So that was to allow people in Aaron's situation where you have a lot of land, but you don't have the frontage and you're not able to acquire additional frontage to make 100 feet of frontage. So you can go a reduced frontage, but what you have to sacrifice is you have to have more land available. Again, you see a lot of these flag lots or pork chop lots in the northern part of town because there isn't sewer, and you have large tracts of land where people developed 50 feet of frontage and then 170,000 square feet, which is about 4 acres or so. When you go to do a zoning change, which is, something that the board can consider, you would be in this particular district, you would be looking at, you would need to do some sort of, I would think, a soil study, most importantly, to determine, can lots be reduced in size? And then you want to also consider what that does. In Massachusetts, again, we have the grandfathering. So you've basically, doubled your number of lots that could be created. People will take their 100 feet and 20,000 square feet, whatever you reduce it to, just as an exaggeration, let's say you reduce it to 50 feet of frontage and 10,000 square foot lots. Everyone would have the ability to double their, create another lot on their property. So you have to consider factors like that also. But again, it's it was not done, in a vacuum. And it was not done without any foresight. It was done as most zoning is to how you want to develop, your town, how you want to see it developed. Again, more density towards the center of town, and then the farther out you go, you typically see the larger lots. And again, a lot driven by sewer and the soil capacity.
But just a quick follow-up to that. My commentary would be, obviously, I'm not looking to reduce the frontage and lot requirements so that people in RC suddenly have the ability to throw another house on their land. I would venture to guess, although I don't have a way to measure it, I don't know if Kathy does, but I would venture to guess that in the RC district, lots like mine with at least 4 acres or more are probably less than a dozen remaining in the RC district. And so really what I'm talking about is that kind of property that exists in the RC district, not taking the existing ones, because the existing ones are probably the majority of them on less than an acre of land. So even if there was a new lot and frontage association that required at least an acre of land for some amount of frontage, the majority of the RC wouldn't even be able to qualify for it. I'm not looking to make Northborough more dense, but I am trying to solve the puzzle of my particular parcel and maybe some other parcels in the RC zone where we are limited, and I think unduly so, by the current bylaws, which require us to give up 80 or more % of our land for one house. It doesn't make sense to me. And
Could you remind me, which section were you referring to when you first opened up for that, how you could?
It was bylaw 7-6-30.
Oh, I see it. The supplemental regulations.
Supplemental regulations, and then table 2, table of density and dimensional regulations.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions or thoughts?
I just had a question on the lot. If you can put that back up on the screen, Aaron.
Yep.
There is a jog out in the lot, and I just didn't know if that was.
Oh, wrong one. Hold on, let me get the other one.
Actually, that would be fine.
I'm gonna get the blank one. All right.
Okay, so the house that is, I guess it would be, is it east of your house? I don't know what the number is, that's sort of squared
This one
out.
right here, or this
The
one?
other side, yeah.
This
Was
one?
that originally part of this lot?
Maybe before my house existed, it was. I don't know. I mean, it certainly looks like it probably was carved off at some point.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
I was just curious.
Okay. Other questions? So within our current bylaws, even a common driveway does not work in your footprint.
Not by right, certainly. No. I mean, it would require a number of variances and permits, I imagine.
Okay.
On this particular property, the biggest issue that Aaron faces is the lack of frontage.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't know when these lots were carved out. I don't know the rhyme or the reason for why some of these are oversized. There's many lots on this street that are oversized, but have the required amount of frontage. So if you were to do a common driveway here, it would be for 2 lots. It would be for, the existing home, but that already has a driveway. And then if you wanted to, you could do a shared driveway, for the existing house, and then the house that would conform to zoning on a flag lot. If you have the right amount of, actually, you don't even have that, Aaron, because you've got how many feet of frontage? 196. So
Yeah, I've got the 50 for the flag lot.
so you need to maintain, 100 for your house,
Right.
and then 50 for the flag lot. But again, a common driveway doesn't give anybody frontage. It's just access. So, another thing that we had, in-house talked about with Aaron is that, a subdivision, the possibility of a subdivision, which creates frontage. So there would be more lots.
Yeah, so I mean, I could share, I think I sent the board,
Yes.
I sent the board this scoped out concept plan, stand by. There it is. So I shared this with the board. I mean, I had thought about, demolishing the existing house and putting in a road and putting up to 5 houses, but that to me, it seems like that would be the wrong play for this neighborhood. Even though, a quarter mile away, there is a development that went in. So I'm not looking to burden the neighborhood with 5 houses. And I think I'm going to share a different PDF, which this was obviously not drawn up professionally, but this is what I said I was trying to envision ultimately, which is the shared driveway going here, the 3 house lots in the back and my existing house up front. That to me doesn't seem, so burdensome as opposed to putting in a road. But again, I don't have the frontage, the lot size requirements according to the current bylaws. And so, I mean, again, to reiterate, looking at parcels in the RC district that have, over 4 acres of land, which again, I don't know if there's a way to measure those, how many exist, but I can't imagine there's many. So it would be, I don't know if there's a way to carve out a particular bylaw for, certain properties that meet minimum acreage.
Okay. Board member thoughts on that?
I think that I completely appreciate the kind of the frustration you have. I guess it'd probably be important to do an inventory. Like as you mentioned, there was only, I think you said 4 or 5 that would fit those kind of dimensional, similar that you have to your property. And so, and then I guess I'm not what it would take as a complete bylaw change for RC if it's town meeting, I would guess. So I guess I'm not certain.
Okay. In the one with the 3 lots, you can pick a subdivision if you want, even if you only have 3 lots. Is that correct? You don't have to do a common driveway. You could do a subdivision with only 3 lots.
But again, with the current frontage requirements, it would cut through half of my front yard because I'd have to give up
Oh, okay. That's the
my
part
yard just to put a driveway.
Yep, I gotcha. Okay. But for the one you were envisioning, that also cut through. Did that also cut through your front line?
Well, so that's one of the questions that I was asking early on is I don't understand why a driveway, I understand the frontage requirement as it currently exists. I get that. But it doesn't make sense that if all that they're doing is accessing a driveway, why they also need an additional 75 feet next to the driveway when the house is 4 acres back. It doesn't make sense. That's all.
Okay, so would it help you to find out if first of all, it sounds like within the current bylaws, what you're trying to do is not possible without variances,
not without a lot of approvals.
Okay, so you would require variances and Kathy, it sounds like you meant in-house, and that requires variances and special permits and whatnot.
Yeah, I've talked to Aaron, on and off about this, and just outlining the various options. There's the possibility of going to the zoning board of appeals, for frontage relief. But the likelihood of that happening, as I had, explained to Aaron, I certainly, can't speak for any board, but in the past, when someone has tried to create an extra lot, just for the purpose, has tried to apply for a variance for frontage just because they are short of the frontage. It doesn't meet any of the burden
So it
tests.
sounds like possible but unlikely. So board members, are you interested in discussing further about taking a look at how this impacts RC properties, specifically the larger parcels remaining, and how maybe the bylaws are maybe backfiring for those properties, or what's the sentiment of the board at this point, so that Aaron has a better idea of where our head's at?
As I've always said to the planning board, it's all about frontage. I've said that for many years now. And I understand that Aaron lacks it. He does have a large parcel that is in an RC district. I think it's worthwhile going through the first exercise. We've also talked about several times with the planning board about unintended consequences. You guys went to town meeting to duplexes, so there was certainly a sense of, in that district area, wanting to keep density out. So when you're talking about frontage and reducing the frontage, it would be worthwhile to looking at the exercise of an RC district. Are we talking about 4 properties, 2 properties? Or are we talking about 50 or 100 properties? I think that's worthwhile. If you go back and you find that in the RC district, you're only talking about 2 or 3 properties of this size, then I think that's definitely a worthwhile exercise to go through, because they're so, it's just the zoning is working against these 2 parcels. But if you go back and you find that you have significant parcels, then you're opening it up to everyone else, in all fairness, to do the same thing and want the same relief. So I think that exercise is probably the #1 most important exercise to go through. And you also have to go through the exercise and make sure that you're not doing it with the same other districts that are around, your other residential districts. You want to make sure about that. So I think that is worthwhile of an exercise to go through. I can't imagine it's going to take very long to go through that, and then ask Aaron to come back and talk again.
Other thoughts from board members?
I pretty much agree with that approach.
Yeah, sounds like a good approach.
Okay, so in terms of, it wouldn't be a bylaw, and if it were to be a changed bylaw, obviously, that would go to town meeting. So as I don't know if you heard Kathy just mentioned that we would be starting discussions on that upcoming. I don't know if timeline wise that fits into what you had planned, but that's obviously something for you to think about timeline wise.
Well, I can't unless the bylaws are changed, because if the bylaws aren't changed, then I'm just stuck with one house and I lose 80% of my property.
So as part of our upcoming bylaw discussion, is that something possible, Kathy, to take, at least as that first step, take a look at how many parcels we're really talking, how many lots we're really talking about here in RC, just to see if this is even a non-starter, or if it's worth the while?
What is it that you would be looking for? You're looking at properties that are over the minimum zoning requirement?
No,
Yeah.
Is that
Properties that have at least 4.5 acres of land in them in RC.
Well, I mean, why not 3 acres? Why not 1 acre? That's what I'm asking the board.
Yeah, so I would say
in order for me to have the GIS department work with me on this, I need, parameters that we, input. We have to put a formula in to the, to the computer. But I mean, show us all the lots in the RC district that are, over 20,000 square feet, over 30,000, over 40. And then, what kind of frontage are you looking at? Do you, are you just looking at large parcels acreage wise, or do you also want to look at frontage? Like anything that's in excess of, 20,000 square feet
I
and
think we'd
100
have
feet
to
of
look at
frontage.
it. I think it would be a range, just so you could kind of make a determination, and make it a range from whether it's, and I don't know, maybe 3.5 acres to 5.5 acres or something to that, or just anything over 3.5 acres or something like that.
Why did you pick 3.5 though? Is that?
I just picked it.
Okay.
I'm not.
It's 11 o'clock, that's why.
I'm going to say that if the most common lot size in that RC district is an acre or half an acre, then maybe you want to just go a little bit beyond that, right? So, I mean, Kathy, do you know what the most common in RC is? Is it an acre?
No, it's half an acre. It's
half an acre.
20,000 square foot lot, 100 feet of frontage. I mean, very rarely, will a developer give anyone more than they have to.
Right.
So that's, you have a minimum lot size. That's what most of the houses are built on in any town.
So maybe you can say over an acre.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to do over an acre. And I can, I'll check with the GIS, David Kane, he's solo in his office. The other person in his office retired and they haven't replaced him yet. So I can just check with David tomorrow, to get this on his schedule, and, we can come up with some figures. Well, it certainly won't be for Tuesday, but, for your August meeting.
I would just, I would just,
One of your August meetings.
I would just toss out, I mean, if it's me that's brought this forward, I don't know that why my property parameters wouldn't be part of the search criteria. So if I have, almost 200 feet of frontage and I have almost 5 acres of land, how many other properties in the RC district can do that or better? Because that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about properties that are 1.5 acres or properties that are 2 acres, because I don't think that, again, I'm not trying to create a bylaw change that enables the RC district to suddenly double because everybody has the ability to put a new lot on their house or a new house on their.
Well, the planning board can't create a new bylaw just to service, a couple of lots. So,
but that's what I'm trying to find out. I don't even know if there are. I mean, are there a dozen like mine? Are there 2 like mine? I mean, why not start with my parameters just to see whether or not I'm an anomaly in the RC district?
Well, I mean, if the board wants to do that, but I think in order to do due diligence, you need to look at what is oversized in that lot. I mean, in that zoning district.
I just fear that if you do an acre.
It's very unique to you, of course, but I mean, it's, what if somebody has 3 acres and they're sitting there wondering why they can't develop their property. I mean, it can't just be random.
So how about, is it extra work if stand that for any sort of bylaw change, but then just also take a quick look at over 4? Is it a substantial amount of work to just switch the parameter, or?
No, I mean, what we would do, we would come up with a list of anything that's over.
Oh, and we'd see what's over 4 ourselves. We could query it ourselves. Okay, so we will be able to query the data based on just that, and then we'll know, Aaron, to answer that question. Okay, so why don't we take that as a first step, figure out where we stand, if it's even a possibility, and that will help give you more information. And then, is there anything else that would be helpful for you right now to kind of, Amy, do you have
Yeah,
something?
a quick question. When they run the query, can you do it like over an acre, over 2, over 3? Will it be sorted so we don't have to randomly pick through a long list?
I don't know. I mean, all of the, whatever we put in, all of the parcels will come up. We'll be able
Just
to.
wondering if it's
we'll
easy
show
to
it on a
change the
map.
number. Can he run 4? Like how many are over an acre? How many over 2? How many over 3? And how many over 4? Like, so we get an idea of what would create a large amount of density increase. Like what cutoff?
Right, if you start with, coming up with a list of anything over 40,000, you're gonna get every parcel that's over 40,000.
Right, but you're saying we'll have to sort through them. It might have like 1
Well, it'll be
acre,
a
4
list.
acres. Huh?
It'll be a list you have to look at.
Yeah, I just didn't know, like, if there's 1,000 houses, like, to sort through the list of how many are.
This exercise before, when we decided to do the design, when we decided to do the duplexes,
yeah,
we asked them to go through RC and look at anyone who had over 100 feet of frontage, right?
Yep.
So we've already been through this exercise before, and it narrowed it down significantly, and it gave a good snapshot for the board to look at and see what's out there. So I think it's a good.
And then we can map those parcels also,
Yep.
so we can see where they are in the RC district.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Well,
that's-
thank you. I appreciate the board's indulgence.
All right, well, thanks for bringing this to our attention, and we can plan to, once we get that information, if you're willing to come back and we can continue to sort it out.
Am I going to be copied on that information, or do I just have to wait for the board's analysis?
Can we share that, Kathy? Is it public
Oh, yeah, it's
information?
public information. I mean, once I have it, but we have to create it first.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
stand by for further contact.
Okay, all right, great. Thanks for sticking with us.
And Aaron, I wanted to send our condolences to your dad about the loss of your father.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, good night, guys.
Okay.
Night.
Night.
Okay, we have, well, it's getting super late. We obviously have to do 0 Bartlett. Should we move the deliberation about our appointed positions to Tuesday as well so that we can cover this, or do we want to soldier through?
I prefer to move it.
I prefer to move it.
Okay, is that okay with everybody? All right, so we'll move that deliberation on the committee appointments to Tuesday, just so we can make sure we get, 0 Bartlett is a must for tonight, so unless we get done with it super quick, I'm not sure. I'm not sure time-wise. Okay, so we have, let's see, 0 Bartlett. So Kathy, you sent out one that was a combined. Did you only receive edits from me and Amy, or did you receive other edits?
All right, I only received them from you and Amy, and then town council had a comment on the wording for the decision section.
Okay.
So the last thing that the last version I sent out was just, I think, like, just before we started this meeting, where Amy combined your comments, Carrie, and hers.
Okay, so I'm going to share that. Did everybody have a chance? I mean, maybe not. I know it came late today. Did everybody look at the combination?
Was that the one that you highlighted the words in yellow?
Okay.
Those are your changes?
That was me. I think if you open yours, Carrie, I don't have that many changes. Like when I look at our combined one, yours is blue and it comes out red, but I didn't have that many changes to add.
Okay.
Like I think if you open it, we can go down it. Because some of mine were the same as yours. So if they were the same, I didn't add it.
Okay. Hold on, let's see. All right, I'm gonna just share what I pulled up recently from Kathy so we can get through this. So if this, just give a shout if this does not look to be the correct one. This looks like it has 2 sets of edits because I see red, which I think is me actually in this case, and blue, which I think is
Blue must be me. On my
Okay.
screen, it shows up the opposite.
Okay, so can everybody see this?
So I had sent out a version with just mine, which I'll just, relate here, because I know, everyone's received like 5 or 6 versions. But and I checked with town council too, for property location and the property owner, the reason why I did not list it there, and I don't think that the board should either, and Dave Dineski agrees with that, is because on the application form, which is where this information comes from, map 51 lot 1 is not listed, and also as the property owner, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts isn't listed. And the subdivision itself is not subdividing the Commonwealth's property. They're using their easement to cross over the Commonwealth's property. So that's my comments there.
Okay, but then later we point out that it's omitted. So how do we handle that?
That's a finding of yours that you believe.
Okay. So you're just saying because it's not in the application itself, we need to mirror the application.
Right. And then under, right under where it says, recorded with the Worcester, Registry of Deeds, what's in red would be stricken, book 1509. And then in the first paragraph, this document is the decision, the map 51 lot 1.
Okay, and then we address that further in the subsequent findings. Okay,
Yes,
is that okay with board members?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm just gonna edit this as we go along and to save people the grief. Okay. Oops. Okay. Let's see.
The hearing opened on, that's a bad cut and paste, that's gone.
Okay. So I'll deal with comments after the fact, or I'll delete them after the fact, but there we go. Sorry. I thought there was a comment there. I guess not. Okay. So here are the exhibits. And Amy, this is your edit.
It seems like all the exhibits had the date. So I just didn't know if Kathy could add the date of the signed form. And when I was reading defensible decisions, and it just said to have the date of all the exhibits, which all of them do except for a couple. So I'm sure Kathy must have the date.
Well, it must be the 17th, right? The date of the application.
Yeah, what's stated up above was that it was filed on December 17th, 2020.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't have time to look up the date.
And then again, you need that Commonwealth stricken.
Oh, so this isn't a this is a
exhibit, yeah.
Exhibit. Okay.
Yeah, they have nothing on their application about
That's
map.
okay.
51
I get it.
lot 1.
Okay. This is just
the date.
A date. Okay. Additional documents. What's this comment? Oh, did we need to include the grant where we are granted continuances?
No, you don't. It's all contained in the minutes, your meetings. And I think I had sent out a comment that I hadn't done that in the other 2 decisions that you're going to be reviewing. I don't think I've done it in any.
Oh, no, I just meant for the subdivision because it is a timeline where they kept granting us an extension. So we got written, we're going to do this till July 7th, or we're going to do this till.
Well, you have it. I went through the file and there's 3 letters, maybe 2, but I think 3 letters that actually came in as a letter requesting an extension.
Oh, and they're already reflected here?
Nope, they're not listed here. They're in your minutes. And then there are also in the minutes times when you asked for a continuance and it was verbal, and it's in the minutes about the extension, every time the deadline was extended.
So
I can add that. I can add that if you want. but it's not necessary. It's contained in the hearing record.
Okay. That makes me a little nervous, but I don't know. Do board members think that's fine?
Well, I mean, if there's only 3 and they can be added quickly, then we could just
Right,
do
but
it.
those 3 don't match up with what you would. Those 3 don't. That's not all the record. You only have 3 written letters, but there were other extensions that were done just verbally at the meeting, where either you asked for the extension or the applicant said, "I'll give you an extension." So they're not physical letters in the file.
So do you think that maybe adding something, Carrie, would it make you comfortable adding something that, in addition to the 3 letters that that document extensions, the minutes will show?
I mean,
No, that's okay. We don't have to do that. I just didn't know if we should put the letters in or not.
I can, I mean, I went through and I pulled it out of all of your minutes on whether you want me to go through this or not.
No, I mean, in some cases, we continued the hearing, but in other cases, we got a written agreement to an extension. So not just about continuing, but the actual extensions that we got, because it was due on, I don't know,
certain day,
February 1st, and we got an extension to the 20th.
Right, but just as an example, the last extension you received was at your May 19th meeting, but it was just verbal from the developer, and it's reflected in the minutes, saying that he originally requested a continuance to 6/1, and then throughout the meeting, you all discussed it, and then you asked him if he could extend it to, or you wanted to extend it to 6/15, which Mark Donahue agreed to. And then he also verbally said that he would extend the decision deadline to July 7th.
Okay, if that's adequate, that's fine. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Is that okay with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't delete this. I'll delete it after. Okay. I just added that email. There was one email from me. What's this comment? Oops, I put it here too. So I guess we solved that problem with the extensions. It didn't need to be in here. Same, so that Kathy, that's the same for here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's
Here was the addition, and these edits look like mine. It's all in red. And actually, Kathy, I think the purpose you had in there, but sometimes if I move something, it put it into red. Did you put the purpose in here? Maybe you did. Maybe I can't remember now.
I don't remember.
Okay.
But
So really, it was just pulling any sort of applicable law or decision criteria, specifically if we were using it as part of our decision. So that's what these additions are. It's just pulling it direct copied, nothing that I made up. This is all from our subdivision rules and regs. Any comments or thoughts on this? Does this look okay? Okay. This is also the same section. Kathy had these parts in here. Again, just showing the applicable laws, rules and regs. Okay. So now we're getting into findings.
so the 301 Bartlett Street is not, I had that. And so I took that out in a version.
Oh, sorry, Kathy, I missed your version.
No, that's okay. There were hardly any changes to it, but the questions you had asked me, Carrie, I had answered.
Okay.
But so 301 needs to come out because it's just 0 Bartlett.
Okay.
And I don't know about I don't know who added
I
which
added
includes.
that. I was just, because I thought that was the finding that there were 3 properties, just like we had listed above.
So I don't know what the 3 parcels are, Amy. There's only 2 map and parcels.
Right. I was adding that because of the aqueduct too.
think it's much simpler, this is just a general finding that the subject property at 0 Bartlett.
Okay.
Well, we kind of go through it in this next section to describe what we're looking at here. So
Mhm.
maybe that satisfies what you're talking about, Amy?
I guess so. I was just trying to, you know, I was just showing that we had 3 parcels that were shown on the plan versus 2.
Okay, but do we want to keep this, strike it?
It's up to you guys. It's up to you. If you think we need it, and if you don't think we need it.
My personal opinion is that I think it should be stricken because we only mentioned 2 parcels.
Confusing.
Okay. All right, well, we do clear it up a little bit in the next part.
So in 4, Amy, I did my edit before you did your edit. So mine's a little bit different than yours, but I listed out the revised numbers for the parcels.
Page C102, and that's where I got my numbers.
Yeah, I just did it. I just listed it differently. I reference C102.
Yeah.
I just listed exactly what they had on the subdivision sheet.
I was just, so where it says B1 is 43,215 square feet. Did your numbers change or no? I was wondering where you got it because I looked and those weren't the numbers that were on my site plan.
Right. I was using stuff from, I think one of their documents, but when you go to the actual plan, it had the different numbers that you have.
Okay, so you updated it with my numbers,
I just wrote 4 a little differently than how you have it. I didn't list unbuildable, that's not, we don't know for sure whether a lot is unbuildable or not until,
well, at the beginning right here, where it says not to be considered a buildable lot for B1, that wasn't my ad. That was the original decision.
Yeah, I didn't put any of that in. That to me, that's just.
I only what's in blue.
I'm sorry, what?
I only added what's in blue. The not to be considered a buildable lot wasn't my addition. I think it was in the original decision.
Oh, you're just using this as an instruction, not as an edit to add.
Well, yeah, the C102 was just an instruction, just telling you where my numbers. So if Kathy's numbers match my numbers, you can take out my blue numbers with C102. But where the parentheses are in B1, where it says not to be considered a buildable lot, that was on the original decision that I reviewed. Like it wasn't something that I added. But when I saw it, I decided, maybe we should add that also for H2, because the general finding on page C102, it had it on the site plan listed as unbuildable.
Okay, so how are we changing this paragraph? Are we updating these black numbers with the blue numbers, or?
I think Kathy said she did, right, on hers?
Yeah.
So the black numbers become the blue numbers, yeah.
So but I don't have like per C102.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Kathy, for your version, and I can just copy and paste it in. What? Let's see. Is it the email which email had your edits in it?
You want me to pull it up?
Well, is it for tonight's? I was just going to copy and paste. Was it for tonight's meeting? Is that the?
It might have been.
That looks like the combined. That's the combined I just pulled up.
So, I mean, I can just I can just cut and paste tomorrow. Okay. If you don't, just to save time tonight.
Okay. But keeping in the red part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had added the part parcel H way. Yep, same. Yes.
Okay. So that's a note.
So
there for
with mine, blue, where it says H2 containing 1689-303, when you look at page CO2 of our subdivision site plan, it says it's unbuildable. I just didn't know if we could include that because it's what it says on the site plan. It was a general finding that 2 of the lots were unbuildable.
Oh, I see. So not to be considered a buildable lot is here.
Yep. And it was there. I didn't add that one.
Oh,
So
okay.
then for H2, I added, it was listed as unbuildable on page C102 of the, but I just wanted to add parentheses, not to be considered a buildable lot, if that's what it says in our site plan too.
Okay. So you're just matching what was already here. What's
Yes.
in black was already there. So Kathy, does that make sense to you to just
Yeah.
replicate what's in black? Okay.
Yeah, then I'll just put not to be considered a buildable lot.
Yeah. And you can take out my extra, but I was trying to show you where I got the information.
Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. So we have that. Okay. And then 6 and 7.
I added 6 because lot H2 does have frontage on Bartlett Street, just like B1 and B2 do.
Okay.
And then I added that was included, but maybe we don't need that there. It goes back to the top where we were talking about map 51 parcel 1.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it was a finding of fact. I mean, we talked about how the parcel was there.
Yeah, I think it needs to be reflected somewhere. So is this a good spot since it's not part of the application, it's just part of general findings?
Yep.
Okay.
And if it's worded, I don't know if you like the way the sentence is worded, you can.
Seems good.
Okay.
Okay. Now these are specific findings supporting that it didn't adhere to the above criteria and some additional findings. So the purpose of this part is to walk through, what we had deliberated and talked about as part of the reasons of our denial. So what I added was really about the argument, just to show our thought process on the ownership component of it. So I don't know, for anyone who didn't have time to read it, if you want to take a minute to look at it, or if you have it up on your own screen and you're reading it, and just let me know if you want me to continue to scroll, if you want to take a minute.
I already read it. I thought it was good.
Okay. Anyone still reading or want a minute?
I'm good. I'm good.
Lily or Michelle, are you still reading?
I'm all right.
Okay.
And I'm good.
Okay. Again, this is still all about the ownership component that we talked about, just walking through some of what we had deliberated. Just really trying to reflect our thought process. And then this last bullet was in there before, and I just corrected. I think it said MWRA, but I think technically it's the Commonwealth. So that's why I changed that.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving. This was speaking to the 8M permit that we had requested. This was already in there, the documenting. Oh, did I skip something? I deleted something, Kathy. I didn't know if I got to it yet. I guess not. Okay, we'll get to it in a minute. This was in there before about conservation and commission. I just added the exact part of the rules and regs. The next part gets into the impact statement. So when we talked about why it was so confusing for the board to go back and forth, because in some cases we were looking at data for the subdivision. In another case, we were looking at data for the site plan, the previous site plan. So it was just trying to walk through that thought process as well. And I see, Amy, you added and didn't include information about the development on lots H2, B1, or B1.
Yeah, remember I always ask them to do the, the max capacity that can be on all the lots. So we can know what the impact was if they planned on developing them.
Yeah, because they just picked one lot.
Yep.
So go ahead.
So the impact report, that's supposed to be A, 4A. I have it as 3A on the version I have. Oh, well.
Okay. I have your Concom one.
Okay, well, what you'll send me this anyways, Karen.
Yep, I'll send you this exact. Wait a minute. I want to reflect. I deleted some information, Kathy, and I want to make sure the board's aware, and also that was makes sense to you too. Maybe it was a different decision. I thought it was this one. I thought there was information in here that sounded like more of a site plan. It was about the use and the traffic and.
Yep. Well, I think what you're referring to is I had a bunch of sentences that said without known.
Yes, without known tenant, stuff like that. Is that something you think should stay, or is that a leftover from a different decision? Or
no, I mean, obviously with all of these decisions, some of it is cut and paste, but it doesn't matter to me how you word it. That was just my wording of why, the questions that you had, you didn't, you needed or wanted more information or questioned the information in the traffic report. So that's fine how you did it.
So just so board members know, it was the section that was, as Kathy mentioned, just about with the tenant not being known, the traffic, how it impact the neighborhood. Oh, go ahead.
Can you move over, all I'm seeing, yeah, there we go.
Sorry, I was just trying to look in the side to figure out if I could find what I deleted so that everyone was aware, but it was basically that whole section that sounded more site plan related. And we didn't actually talk about the lack of a tenant necessarily that I remember as part of our deliberations. So I removed it. I don't know if anybody.
Okay, yeah, because I'm looking, the version I have still has it all in there. So it was after 5. That's fine, Carrie.
That was all striked.
Crossed, yeah. Now, the only question I had, and I don't know what this meant. There was a lot of, Carrie, what you had stricken in in red, and then someone highlighted it all in yellow. But that was
probably me, because first I just wanted to flag it, and then I don't know why I decided just delete it. Maybe it was throwing it off number wise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the decision, yeah. So this goes to town council, and what he said to use, the language to use for the decision is to say, instead of deny, where the second sentence it says opposed to deny, he wrote opposed to disapprove the definitive subdivision plan.
Wait a minute, that's a double negative.
Yeah, opposed approval.
No, so it's voted 4 in favor and 1 opposed to disapprove.
Okay.
So 4 of you wanted to disapprove.
Does everybody see that now?
I do.
That was tricky.
Especially at this time of night, right?
So it's and get rid of the deny and get rid of approval of. So it would read disapprove the definitive subdivision plan application as it does not conform to the planning board's subdivision rules and regulations and is thus invalid.
Okay, so that was okay. I was wondering about that.
Yep.
Okay.
And I just left mine down there, but I deleted it because I had rewritten the decision adding a little bit here and there. But then when I read yours, I thought, well, yours is easier to read. And I left it up there just in case you needed it. But then you can delete it if we're going to go with that one.
Okay, I think it covers it. I think that might be the route to just go with what town council had suggested.
Yes.
Just to be safe, because this
Yeah.
is a little, okay. Kathy, is it June 15th or July 6th?
June 15th.
Okay, all right, that's it for.
So you
I
can
don't
delete
think-
mine.
Yeah, okay.
My big section there.
Anything else that anybody saw or we need to look at again, or have questions, comments? Okay. All right, so Kathy, I'm gonna send this back to you, and
Yep.
then tomorrow I'll have to come in, or we'll figure out just getting it signed. This must
Yep.
go tomorrow.
Yep. I'm in and out of meetings a lot tomorrow, so I will I'll text you or call you, Carrie, whatever, to let you know when I've done the edits. I've got like a meeting first thing in the morning, then another one at 11, so I'll probably do it in between my 8 and 11.
Okay, is it helpful if I accept these, or you'd rather just?
Oh, no, you can do that. If you want to send me a clean decision.
All right, why don't I clean it up a little? I'll leave number 4 to you, because I'm not sure I have that for some reason.
Yeah, that's.
And then the rest will just be for you guys, and then we can square that up.
Yep.
Okay, great. So we are going to hold on we have the deliberation, the Whitney Street, Lyman Street, and if we can wrap up the minutes, we'll hopefully do that in a short period of time on July 13th. So we'll have to get that agenda out over the next few days.
Yeah, yeah. And Jim, I don't know if you're still there. Are you available next Tuesday, Jim?
Yes, I believe there may have been another meeting booked. I think zoning board, if I'm not mistaken.
It might have been groundwater, but I know they're not meeting because the zoning board will be on the 27th.
So I have board of library. Oh no, I think I should be all set. I do see something on my calendar, but check with Diane, and I think I'll be available.
Okay, all right.
And plus, we don't need a souped up line. It's not a public hearing. We don't have public hearings, so if that's helpful.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so there won't be anyone participating in the discussion. For the
All right. Well, we almost did it, but that's okay. It's probably best to not continue on. So is there a motion to adjourn?
I make
So
a
moved.
motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Aye.
Thanks, Jim.